Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.
Right then, ladies and gentlemen, our first car is coming down to the start line. This is Steve Hill, Steve from Taunton, with his caterham. It's not as listed in your programme today. That's Jim Faulkner. Jim unfortunately had a spill a couple of weeks back with his wide body caterham, so he's unable to compete at present. But Steve is now just going down, lining up for the start line. And like I say, Steve is a very seasoned competitor here. Sometimes he's in this, and sometimes he uses an Austin A35, which is quite entertaining to see. So, waiting for the green light. He's got the green light, and he leaves the start. And the first elapsed time is 2.76 seconds. There's a couple of elapsed times as we go up over the hill. And Steve's now powering across the front of the house here, up over Bunny's Leap, and into the gate, braking hard for the gate, through the gate, as down to the line. Following him is Chris Bryant in his MGZR. Chris This is a 1396cc car, so Wiscombe. And immediately behind him is Julian Rinaldi in his Ford Fiesta. This Ford Fiesta and Julian, very, very good combination. Julian is leading the the Wiscombe Hillclimb Championship and doing very well in the Association of South Western Motor Clubs Hillclimb Championship at present. So only a small car, and Julian's done quite a bit of modification to it, but it is still a basic engine of 1 litre, and he's just put a larger turbocharger on it and concentrated a lot on the brakes and the suspension to make the car handle as it does. As around the corner at the top, we have car 1, Steve Hill having recorded a time of 43.31, and car 2 a time of 48.86. So Chris Bryant stops the clock on 48.86. Julian Rinaldi now obviously on the hill, as behind him comes up number 6, which is Shane Currell in an Audi A5 according to my list. We will just check that. As the Daihatsu Copen goes across the front here. This is Simon Dodwell. Simon bought this car for £350. It had been left lying around for 3 years, and he had to do a little bit of welding on it. He said he spent so much more on it in the way of wheels and tyres, suspension, brake upgrades, it's no longer a cheap car. But £350 as the noisy Lotus Elise of Gary Dawkins goes across the front here. This is the 3.5 litre V6 engine one, the 410 horsepower. I believe he has a button in there which turns the exhaust from quiet to loud. It does tend to be loud down here, but a gorgeous car, lovely sound. So across at the top of the hill, Shane Currell gets to the top in the Audi in a time of 51.2. And Simon Dodwell now reaches the top with a time of 52.84. So there at the top, we're just waiting to see the time from Gary Dawkins as he gets to the very top of the hill. We see the Ford Anglia on the hill of John Reed. This is a 2.9 V6 engine Ford Anglia. And car number 8, Gary Dawkins, gets to the top of the hill with a time of 44.4. As down on the line now, we have Trevor Parsons, as he's lining up down now. I'm just looking for him in my entry list. Can't actually see him, but he is running car number 11. So in your program it would say Alan Goodair VW Golf, but obviously there's been a change of car and driver there. So looking back, number 9, John Reed. John got to the top of the hill in a time of 51.99 seconds. And presently on the hill now we have the Volvo lining up. This is the very, very rare now Volvo PV544. Very popular rally car back in the 1960s. This is a 1964 car. So this is the car of David Jameson, just leaving the start. And looking back through our times now, so going back to car number 8, Gary Dawkins, a time of 44.40. Car number 9, John Reed, 51.99. John Hill in the BMW Mini Cooper S, a time of 48.76. And car number 11, Trevor Parsons, a 46.42. And the Volvo is now rounding Sawbench Hairpin, heading along Castle Straight towards Martini and the top of the hill, as away from the line goes the Seat Leon Cupra of Graham Ramsey, a 2 litre Cupra, and heading up over the hill towards the gate at this moment, braking hard for the gate, through the gate and into the S's. So anybody who's come down to spectate, the S's is a very good place to see quite a lot of the action, and well worth having a wander up to have a look from there. There's a crossing point partway down the hill whereby you can you can cross between the batches. The marshals will usher you across. As through the gate now goes the Mazda MX-5 of Barry Carter. Barry more often seen in an MG down here, but today out in the MX-5. As David Gibson leads the line in the lovely Ginetta G4, this lovely little silver car, which for many years was campaigned by Roger Coote. Roger's another regular here on other events, as David Gibson's bought it from him, and David enjoying the car as much as Roger did. So just looking back on a few more times there, David Jameson got to the top in the Volvo, a time of 57.87, and car 14, Graham Ramsey, got to the top in a time of 56.02. Nick Davis on the hill now in the BMW 330D, and he will be going through the gate now and heading up into the S's. As on the line we have the MGTF of Roger Hodgson. Roger's been competing here for many years. He's down in the programme as having his MGB here, and unfortunately he had a fuel issue with the MGB, so using the MGTF today. And Roger's competed in Lotus Elans and Delos and all sorts of cars here, so knows the hill very well. And looking back now, and the times, Graham Ramsey, as I said, done a time of 56.02. Barry Carter in the MX-5, 64.59, and David Gibson to the top in the Ginetta G4 with a time of 52.57. Car 17, Nick Davis, has just crossed the line with a time of 53.45. Roger Hodgson still on the hill at present, and just rounding Martini to top hairpin, and records a time of 55.81. Adam Holland is behind him in the Mini R50, and he's at this present just rounded Sawbench, heading along Castle Straight, looking for the break point to turn into Martini. As at the gate we have the rumbling TR7 V8 of Larry German-Croft. Larry, a former helicopter pilot, was very much involved in the Falklands War, for which I believe he has a medal, a gallantry medal for the work he done out there. He probably won't tell you about it, he's very shy and retiring. Up to the top of the hill now in that TR-V8, rounding Martini and stopping the clock with a time of, waiting for it to come to, 50.15. Car 19, Adam Holland, got to the top in 52.36. Now we're moving into the Morgan Sports Car Club competitors. Number 22, James Walter, is on the hill at the moment, followed by number 23, Alan Foster. Alan, down from Winchester, a former planning officer up there, has been campaigning this Morgan for many years, heavily involved in obviously the motorsport side of things, but also very much to do with the motorcycle club and the running of a lot of the major trials around the country throughout the year. As my screens have all gone blank. Let's have a look. Number 24 has just left the line, James Andrews, and we have a time for car 22, James Walter, of 60.63. 60.63. Alan Foster still on the hill, just gone over the finish. Just waiting for his time to come through. And Alan Foster in that lovely +8 Morgan, a time of 50.27. Andrews in the Morgan 4.4, number 24. He's currently on the hill and approaching. Just looking, he should be rounding Martini very shortly. There he goes, and James in car number 24, recording a time of 67.37. And then we're back with the +8, and it's Georgina Dean. Georgina, one of our lady drivers here, just rounded Martini to going over the finish line. Car number 25, and let's see what her time is. 54.35. Car 26 on the hill, Howard Burton. Howard at this moment in the S's, and we look down and we start to get some of the vintage cars coming through now. These are the VSCC registered Rileys. And on the hill at present we have number 27 Phil Copeland in the Morgan Plus 8, and car 26, which was Howard Burton, recorded a time of 55.84. 55.84. And car 27 Philip Copeland, a time of 51.78. As I say, we're now into the Vintage Sports Car Club Rileys, and Barbara Lirijo, I hope I've said that right, number 28 is up there on the hill. Oh no, this looks like it's Greg, it's car number 128, be the other driver, and just up near the top of the hill now. Let's have a look, see where we are with it. Just waiting for him to around Martini as the black Riley just going across the front there. Number 148 is, well, it's actually Lagonda, sorry, Hans van Wortel. Hans over from, I believe, Germany. So, or it could be Holland, one or the other. I know that, I think it's Holland because Inga, his daughter, is in the Austin 7 Pea Green Special shortly. So, just recapping on a few times there. Going back into the VSCC registered Riley class. We have car number 128, which actually had a fail, so that meant he didn't actually record a time. And car number 129, because these are the double driven cars, which is David Morley in the Riley 9 Special, recorded a time of 59.06. Car number 148, Hans van Wortel, a time of 61.63 in the Lagonda Rapier. So the course car has just gone up the hill now to retrieve that batch back, and when they come back down we will then move into the actual classes, class 2 and class 3, which is the VSCC registered Rileys and other VSCC registered cars. As I say, if you're new to hill climbing, new to Wiscombe, the whole idea of a hill climb is to get from the bottom of the hill to the time here, if you've been here before. So you will have a time what you would class as your personal best. So you would always aim to try and improve on your personal best. I think this year, so far, since the new surface has been put down, a lot of people have improved on their personal best because the surface is very, very, like I say, it's very new, it's grippy. A couple of weeks ago when the first events were run here on it, and the personal bests have come down. So people who competed here last year in the 500 Owners Association event will be looking to improve on their times this year. So there's a time beam at the bottom and the timing beam at the top, and the car ellipses it as it goes through. And if you have a look on the front of the cars, you'll see a black metal upright strut, and this is the thing that actually breaks the beam and records the time. So obviously come down to the paddock, have a wander around. The drivers are very friendly, have a chat to them. If they look to be a bit flustered working on their cars, and obviously just give them a bit of space. But if they're just sat there relaxing, have a chat, they're always happy to tell you about their cars and a bit about the sport. It's a very relaxed sport, very, very friendly. So come on down to the paddock. As I say, there's food down here, there's catering, there's a bar, there's a live stream on the screen, so anybody wants to come and have a look at the live stream down here, you can see that. And if you're looking at the live stream from home, welcome to you this morning. And as you can see, we're having lovely weather here at Wiscombe today. Just a reminder to anybody in the paddock, the tarmac road up through the middle of the paddock, the cars will be returning up that in a few minutes, so if I could ask you just to keep that clear. And as I say, the cars will have to go back in their parking spaces. Some of them don't actually have a parking brake, so obviously they won't want to get delayed on the hill on the way back. So if you could just make sure that there's a nice clear passage back through the paddock, that would be much appreciated. Thank you. So coming back into the paddock now, we have some of the competitors who've been sat up in the top paddock waiting to come down. Ahead of it, you'll see the blue Hillbeam Sports Racer of Rodney Thorne, and Rodney will be going back to his parking space now, ready to take his run very shortly. And as I say, a lot of these cars don't have any form of parking brake, so if I could ask you to make sure they have a clear run back to the parking area, that would be wonderful. Thank you. Very shortly we will be back underway with the VSCC registered Rileys and the VSCC cars, registered cars, and the Class 4 Austin 7s. So that would be our next batch of cars that will be coming out. So that's classes 2, 3 and 4 in your programs. We have one car which is just having to be recovered back to the paddock, so the white pickup of Wiscombe Limited will be reversing back and towing him back up through the paddock in a few moments, and once he's clear we'll be able to send the next batch of cars down to the start line ready to restart. And there's one of our motorcyclists out here now, Mr. Peter Isaacs. Peter, if anybody's been to Wiscombe before, may have seen him wandering around. He is the MD of Wiscombe Limited, puts a lot of time in down here at Wiscombe, ensuring that the place is kept up together throughout the summer. And today he's having a bit of a change. He's out on his very, very elderly Velocette. He's not listening to me, or he would have told me I got it wrong. His Velocette, and enjoying a bit of motorcycling for a change. So it'd be nice to get Peter in at some point. He got some form of mechanical issue for Barbara to go out and take her run in it. So a small delay while that's happening, but once that's been done, we will be all back and up and running. The course car's now parked back at Wiz Corner, ready, just waiting for the lower paddock to release the cars, and here they come. They're coming out now. Leading them out is car number 30. This is Simon Kellaway in his Riley Sprite 12.4. Simon, he always insists that he's a pole dancer when I ask him what he does for a living, and I have no reason to doubt it. I haven't seen Simon. I think he's probably not a very good pole dancer, but don't tell him. Simon being followed by his good lady Sarah, also in a Riley Sprite 12.4. A couple of lovely cars, these, a lovely couple of people. Happy to tell you all about the Rileys, how they work, what the different functions are, pre-selected gearboxes, that sort of thing. As the Riley of Simon Kellaway leaves the start. So just going across the front of the house here, over Bunny's Leap, heading into the gate, through the gate area, into the lower S's. And Simon obviously enjoying that as Sarah leaves the start now. And Simon's launch time, which is the time from where he leaves the start line to the very first timing beam, was 2.3 seconds, and Sarah's just slightly slower on 2.9, so that's 6.9 tenths, which is not a huge amount of time between them. As on the line we have number 32. This is Michael James, Michael with his Riley 12.4 Cotton Special, a 1937 car. Recording a time of 2.13 seconds as Simon gets to the top with a time of 54.75. That's 54.75. Sarah, having just rounded Sawbench Hairpin, now going along the top straight towards Martini. She will very shortly be stopping the clocks at Martini. Come round as Michael James rounds Sawbench. We have car number 33, which is Christopher Downham in the Riley Oster Imp replica, just leaving the start line. Let's have a look for a time for car number 31, Sarah Kellaway, 67.6. So I imagine Sarah had a little bit of a hold up somewhere in amongst that run. And our next time of car number 32, Michael James, a time of 48.56. 48.56. Car 33, Christopher Downham, on the hill at present. Just waiting for his time to come in, having just gone over the finish line with a time of 54.54. That's car 33, records a time of 54.54. As we look towards Martini to the finish, and car number 34, which is not in my list. Let me just check my program. No, I haven't got details on that one. I will come back to you on that in a few minutes. As we look to see the next car on the hill, which is number 29. That is Andrew Oliver in the Riley 9 Special. Car 29 has just got to the top of the hill in 64.04. Car 34, a time of 60.43. As across the front here goes car number 37, which is Rod Briggs with the AC 1680 Sports Special. Rod, having campaigned this car for a number of years, comes from, I take it still comes from Somerset. I used to often see him driving around the town in it when I lived there. And car number 42, David McRobert in the Bentley. This is a Bentley 3.5 litre special, and that's on the hill now, just heading up towards Bunny's Leap as Rod Briggs rounds Sorbet. We have a time for car number 35, which is James Morland with the MG L1 Tourer, and he got to the top in 65.87. Car 36, Anthony Norton, a time of 60.52, and Rod Briggs got to the top, number 37, a time of 65.21. David McRobert in the Bentley, just nearing the top of the hill now. Just coming into Martini, quite a big car to get round the hairpins. He gets around Martini as in the S's at this moment is car number 148. No, I apologise, number 38, which is Gary Clare in Granny. Very famous car this, been around for many years. And we have a time for number 42, David McRobert of 69.41, and car 38, Gary Clare, gets to the top in 53.61. On the start line now, that lovely Bugatti Type 51 of Edmund Burgess. Edmund, one of the directors of the Prescott and Bugatti Owners Club, just leaving the start there. Lots of wheel spin, trying to get the power down. Edmund also has a Bugatti Type 13, and also he's running a Gould single-seater racing car on Midland Hillclimb Championship runs. So quite a contrast between the cars that he owns there. Meanwhile, number 38, as I say, Gary Clare got to the top in 53.61. Car number 148, Hans von Wertel in the Lagonda Rapier, has just gone up with a time of 68.5. Car number 116. If you're looking at these and thinking, why there's a 1 in amongst it, it is because they are cars that are double driven. They have 2 different people driving them. And 116, the Ginetta G4, just got to the top in 54.27. It's 54.27. As away from the line goes one of our Morgan entry today. This is car number 45, Tom Gollard on the hill, and number 45 is on the hill. Number 44, Gary Caroline, is on the hill also. As we have car number 46, which is Andrew Messent in a Morgan three-wheeler, and the 3 Morgans all on the hill at this moment, all heading for the top. Just waiting for some time to come in. Time for car 45, Tom Golland, is a Morgan three-wheeler, and the time has come through of 66.64. It's at the top, Gary Caroline. Gary's got to the top with a time of 55.38. So Edmund Burgess, Edmund got to the top in that lovely Bugatti, number 40, with a time of 48.84. 48.84. As we look back down across the park now, and we see number 50. This is the lovely little Austin 7 pea green special of Inge van Wertel. This is very much a scaled down replica of an ERA. So if you can't afford an ERA, build one, but build a smaller one. So a lovely little car this, if you get a chance to see it in the paddock. Very, very nicely put together. We look. And looking back, number 46, This is a car of Andrew Messant, has got to the top at a time of 64.92, and William Irving in the Alvis 1250, car number 47, a time of 60.63. That's 60.63. Car number 50, Inge van Wertel, a time of 65.05. So that lovely little Austin 7 pea green special at the top with a time of 65.05. Car 51 just got to top, Peter Howard, and this is the little Austin 7 Ulster with a time of 67.04. As Vicky Sly in the Austin 7 Ulster leaves the start line, a 1930 car this one. Vicky, a member of the Austin 7 Club pre-war part. Very, very nice little car. And we look back and we see that car number 28, which is Barbara Larigo, has got to the top in a time of 68.97. So obviously they, whatever was wrong with it, which required it being towed back to the paddock's been sorted and back out and competing. As car 54 goes across in front of us, this is Rick Pearmain, again another Austin 7 specialist, a couple more of these to come. And then we will be moving into the actual racing cars. This is the 500 Owners Association racing cars from 1945 to 1960 with 500 cc's. Just starting to line up now the double driven cars in the next couple of batches. So as number 55 goes across in front of us, this is Stuart Rose in the Austin 7 Curfew Special. Just looking back at some times now. Number 52, which is Graham Beckett, went up the hill with a time of 64.15. Car 53, Vicky Sly in that lovely little red Austin 7 Ulster, a time of 79.38. Rick Pearman, car number 54, at the top in 62.60. As we have one of the double-driven cars lining up here. I believe that's number 79. May not be a double-driven one actually, looking at it. Yes, it is. This is Mark Haynes in the Elva 200. This is the over 500 Formula Junior class, class 7, the double-driven car from that. If it has a number 1 digit in front of the number, that's because 2 drivers are sharing the car. So one driver will do their run, bring it down, and it'll swap over to the other driver to take their run. As David Morris in that beautiful ERA goes across the front here. This is the ERA B type, a very, very rare and, so dare I say, expensive car. Lovely car. So lots of history to this car, which I will endeavour to fill you in on a bit later in the day. As we look back, and Stuart Rose's time of 63.17. And then car 56, David Fennell, Austin 7, the toy, and that got to the top of the hill in 62.09, followed by number 79, Mark Haynes in the Elva, with a time of 54 seconds. As away from the line now goes number 159. This is one of the 500cc Owners Club Cooper. Is a Cooper Mark 9, and this is Fraser Dean driving this. As we look back in car 41, this is David Morris with the ERA B type, has got to top with a time of 52 seconds exactly, 52.00. So this is nearing to the end of this batch. The course car is just following the cars up the hill now. When he gets to the top, they'll turn them around and bring them back down. As around Martini, we have car number 159. This is Fraser Dean, and he's scored a time of 51.95, so a very respectable time there. Got car 159. So the cars will come back down now. As I said, if you're down here and you're wandering around, pop down, have a wander into the paddock, have a look around, chat to drivers, and the catering facilities down here. There's, as I say, there's teas, coffees, there's savoury snacks, there's field rolls, there's a couple of different types of coffees. You can get your filter coffees. Also, they have, if you require them, ice creams. So a lovely day like this, a beautiful day for an ice cream. What a better place, you couldn't find a better place to eat it than here at Wiscombe Park on a sunny day.
Just clip the microphone. Because we'll put the front out of your pocket gone over it. And the coat's gone over it.
So just a bit of a recap over some of the times. Going back to these are practice times, obviously, and practice is, as it says, practice, where the drivers get out to get a feel of what the track's doing. And in the first class, which is the road-going saloons and sports cars, at the moment Steve Hill has set the fastest time by the looks of it, with a time of 48.09 in his practice. So John Hill very shortly, or very close behind, but the car number one is got a time of 43.31. It looks like to be his fastest at the present. That's Steve Hill in the Caterham. So as those cars are starting to descend back down the hill, could I just remind everybody who's in the paddock that the cars will be coming up through the central paddock road. So if you could just make sure you're off the tarmac and onto the grass area, just so you're safe, as a lot of these cars will not have any form of substantial parking brake, especially the 500 racing cars. They will need to have a clear run straight back into their paddock space. Thank you. So just give you a bit more info on the lovely ERA that you'll see coming back in now, number 41. This is David Morris. This is the winner of the 1936 Irish Grand Prix at Cork. The 1938 South African Grand Prix, it came second. And it's a post-war winner of the British Hillclimb Championship in 1951, 52 and 53. The European Championship in 1951 also, all being driven by Ken Wharton. So it's also the 20 times winner of the Seaman Historic Trophy at the Monaco 1979 Grand Prix. It finished 7th. So a lot of history. David said he's very, very privileged to row in his role to be able to hill climb this car, which is known as Humphrey, by the way. So if you have a look at any information on ERAs, look for Humphrey, and that would be the car that you're looking at there. So the next class of cars is starting to ready itself at Paddock exit. These will be the 500 Owners Association racing cars, 1945 to 1960, 500cc cars. And it's quite a nice little collection of those. A lot of them are very old Coopers, a Kieft, a Wayne, Iota, and the Star Ride, and something down near the bottom called the Squanderbug. So nice selection of cars coming out now. There will be a few double-driven cars in amongst it as well, but first down is number 58, Richard Robarts in the Cooper Mark 11. So let's watch the little yellow car head down to the start line. So Richard being lined up down there on the start line now. Marshall's lining up his timing beam with the timing strut on the front of the car, ready to go. We'll wait for a green light. He's got a green light, so now he's got a green light. He is able to leave the start. So number 58, and his first elapsed time of 2.62 seconds. So that's Richard Robarts heading across the front of the park here, over Bunny's Leap towards the gate. We look back, we see Vic Dean heading down to the start line in his Cooper Mark 9. As I say, these are racing cars going back to the old Formula 3 of many years ago, is where they come from. So these are from 1945 to 1960s. This is a 1955 car. And and it'll be followed by John Dent in car 60, which is just heading down to the start line now. Just waiting for the times to start coming in. So car number 58, Richard Robarts, got to the top of the hill on a time of 50.27, 50.27. So he's followed on the hill now by Vic Dean. Vic in number 59, currently just rounding Sawbench Hairpin, heading towards Martini. And when he rounds Martini, we will be able to give you a time that he's completed the hill in. As number 61, Alistair Dent in the Hornet, goes across the front of the house here, up over Bunny's Leap towards the gate. And we get a time for Vic Dean of 57.37, 57.37. And now car 60, John Dent. John's just got to the top of the hill with a time of 51.49. As through the gate we get car number 62, which is Mark Dent in the Cooper Mark 6. And away from the line, Dominic Bishop in the Cooper Mark 6 also. 1952, both of these Coopers. And we look at the times coming in now. Car 61, Alistair Dent in the Hornet, has got to the top in a time of 49.70, so quite a good practice time there of 49.70. Whilst Mark Dent in the Cooper Mark 6 has just done a time of 51.58, just a little bit slower, 51.58. As we look down now, and we can see that car 63 is on the hill at present, Dominic Bishop. Dominic actually nearing the top of the hill, and just waiting to see what he gets to the top in. I've just rounded Martini, crossed the finish line. Car number 63, Dominic Bishop, at a time of 59.98. Just waiting now on Stuart Barnes with the Smith Mark III, which is on the start line, just waiting for a green light. Small delay here waiting, so we'll soon have him underway. And number 64 just left the start, rounding Wiz Corner. And lining up behind him is Finlay McIntosh in the Cooper Mark 11, a 1957 car, just coming down to the start line. And we go back and have a look to see where Stuart is at the moment. So he's into the S's. There's here he comes. Through the S's, and there's a split time partway up the hill of 29.54. As away from the line goes Finlay McIntosh with the Cooper Mark 11. Number 66, Max McIntosh, also in a Cooper, this time the Mark 6, a 1952 car, is down being lined up on the start, ready to start. As Finlay goes through the S's towards the top of the hill, towards Sawbench. If you've not been here before, you'll find there's a map in your programme which will show you the different corners that I'm talking about, where they are. And the time's just come in for Stuart Barnes of 65.56, 65.56. As away from the line is number 67. This is Chaz Reynolds in the Kieft. Pretty looking car, slightly different, and a very lovely colour green actually. So that's on its way. And we look back to see at number 65, Finlay McIntosh's time of 48.37, so a very, very spirited drive there. And number 66, Max McIntosh, a time of 49.97. So not a lot of difference between those two there. As away from the line goes number 69. This is Andy Rayner in the Cooper Mark 5. And we have a look up towards the top of the hill now. And number 68, this is the Jonathan Morris Wayne 500 Formula 3 car, just Brown's Sawbench hairpin heading along Castle Straight. As away from the line down here we have number 70, which is Mike Wood in the Iota. Jonathan Morris just having got to the top of the hill in 62.47, and Chaz Reynolds in the Kieft, a time of 60.73. Car 64 just having a bit of a pushback to restart. No, it says 64 and I don't believe it actually is, because we already have 64 up the hill, so a little bit of a problem trying to start one of the cars down there at the moment. And we look back and Jonathan Morris has got to the top of the hill in 62.47, so a small delay at the moment whilst they just try to get a car starting down there on the start line. Just pushing it back on the grass to give it a chance to just relax a moment. As number 72, that is Tom Waterfield in the Cooper Mark 9. Again, a 1955 car, just goes down to the start line and waiting for the green light signal, which he's now got, and away from the line he goes, getting a elapsed time of 2.31 seconds, as we see that number 69 Andy Rayner got to the top in a time of 58.97. As we watch Tom Waterfield in his Cooper going through the gate into the S's, we see the car number 74 of Simon Deadman, the Star Ride. This has now just left the start and his first eclipse time is 3.36. As we have a look, Mike Wood in the Iota got to the top of the hill in a time of 53.93. Car 72, Tom Waterfield, reaches the top of the hill in a very respectable time of 48.98. So Tom Waterfield at top in 48.98. Simon Deadman in the Star Ride, top of the hill, 56.44. And away from the line goes number 77. This is Angus Frost in the Cooper Mark 5, a 1951 car, this one, and just left the start, heading up over Bunny's Leap towards the gate, and then through the gate into the S's, into the tree lined area. There he is, through the gate. So if you're watching this on the live stream at home, as you can see, it's a lovely sunny day down here at Wiscombe. It's promising to be nice weather all weekend. And car number 76, Mark Riley in the Squanderbug, has got to the top of the hill in 56.03. Car 74, Simon Deadman, a time of 56.44. Car 78 has just left the line. That is Simon Frost in the CFS. We've now moved into the over 500cc and Formula Junior cars now. We have the Elva down there lining up, the Elva 200, just leaving the start. More of a racing car of the format we normally see. And Charles Reynolds, Charles now just coming down to the line in his Cooper Mark 7. Charles, an interesting man, lots of motorsport history, been involved in all sorts of things, mostly rallying over the last few decades, and a very, very interesting man to get talking to. As we look back for some more times, so Mark Riley, a time of 56.03. Angus Frost in number 7, a time of 58.92. Simon Frost in the CFS, a time of 50.12. And car 71, which is Richard Kelly, a time of 61.64. Meanwhile, the Ginetta leaves the line. Motorcycle engine Ginetta, I believe. Only a 1100cc sort of area. Let's see where we are time-wise again. So number 179, Russell Haynes in the Elva 200, a time of 49.71. Car 80, Charles Reynolds, a time of 47.93, 47.93. And we have on the hill at the moment number 188, which is one of our double-driven cars. This is James Turrell in the Ginetta. It's 1137cc, so I know it's about 1100cc somewhere. And he's just got to the top in 48.19, 48.19. As car 82 goes over the line with a time of 48.57. That's 48.57 for car number 82, which is Dave Andrews in the Cooper Mark 7. We're now moving on to some of the Allards. The Allard Owners Club registered members, and we have on the line at the moment Ben Stevens. Joe Clegg in the Allard K2, and Christopher Pring is already on the hill in car number 84, heading towards the top, just rounding Sawbench Hairpin now, heading along Castle Straight towards the Martini Hairpin and finish. And Richard Ashford's time with the Cooper Mark IV is 49.37, 49.37. Car 84, Christopher Pring in the Allard J2, which is up at the top of the hill now in 54.87, 54.87. Looks like they're doing a little bit of sweeping up on Martini Hairpin, just obviously a little bit of debris pulled in off the side of the track. So the marshals out there busily sweeping and tidying that up. So a small delay. They'll be holding the Allard down there at the moment on the line, which is number 85, which is Ben Stevens. This is an Allard P1. It was actually set on fire in 1996 by some hooligans, he says, destroying all the rear bodywork and ash frame, and his father-in-law converted it into fastback and chopped the roof off, but after 35 years still hasn't actually completed it. So that's the Allard that you're seeing on the hill at the moment. Ben Stevens, car 85. So just going through the gate now, heading on up into the S's. S's 1, into S's 2. If you're walking down, have a look in the S's, it's lovely. The bluebells are out as well, which actually makes to the atmosphere. As away from the line goes the other Allard. This is the number 86 car of Joe Clegg, an Allard K2. And the course car following it up to bring the batch down. So as I say, there's a batch coming down now which don't have any parking brakes, so if you are in the paddock, if I could ask you to stay clear of the tarmac road, because they will need to have a clear run back into their parking spaces. So Ben Stevens got to the top with a time of 71.32 in the Allard P1 fastback. And we're just waiting for a time to come in for Joe Clegg, which is number 86. As he rounds Martini and goes over the finish line and records a time of 66.21. 66.21.
Sun's got around that way now, so. Yeah, on the right, Chef, isn't it? Yeah. What if you all hang around the toilets?
As you see, as the cars are coming back down, you may well see that the marshals are out cleaning the track, having a little brush around, making sure there's no gravel on the track or anything. If anybody's interested in getting involved with marshalling or coming down here to Wiscombe to get involved, please obviously make yourself known to somebody from the marshalling team as you wander down on the post, and they'll always encourage you. It's a very rewarding way to spend the day, sat here watching motorcycles and motor cars. And you get close to the action and involved with the event. The cars are now returning, so if I could just remind you to keep the Paddock Road clear so there's no obstructions on it so that they can get straight through, it'd be much appreciated. Thank you. We'll shortly be moving on to the sports and racing cars up to 1300cc. These are generally the slightly more modern cars, and we will have in class 9 the Radical Club Sport, which is like a sports bodied car with the 1098 engine in it. And the car to watch in that class will be Ben Wheeler, number 89, in the Empire Evo 2. Ben, having recently purchased his car, was a previous Empire driver and has set FTD at events here. That's the fastest time of the day at events here in the past with his previous Empire. So he will be the one to watch in that class. Class 10, sports and racing cars. There's a couple of very, very quick cars in amongst that. And the gentleman who set the fastest time of day at both events here last weekend, Andrew Forsyth in the OMS at number 91. Andrew would be in that class, which is class 10, sports and racing cars over 1300 cc's. And at the end of that batch we have a Morgan three-wheeler, and we will then be moving into the motorcycle entry. So something to look forward to there. A couple of very, very quick racing cars coming out up the hill in a minute, and then the motorcycles. So the course car rounding Sawbench hairpin on its return back down. Anybody who's out there, you see that the marshals hold a red flag out. This is to indicate that the competition is stopped basically whilst that vehicle is coming down. And once the vehicle's past them, the flag gets brought in and the whistle blown, which indicates to the next marshal's post down. It alerts them to the fact that the flag will be coming in. A very simple system, been in operation for many, many years, and I don't think anybody's found a better system. So the course car is now in sight. It's just coming down to park itself on Wiz Corner. Once that's back into position, the marshals on the paddock will be getting the cars to come out. First out amongst the cars should be number 87, Paul Davies, with the Radical Club Sport. I can see him sat there ready to exit the paddock. So very shortly we will have that sent down to the start line. You can hear the engines running now, so the Radical making its way out to the paddock. Following out from the Ginetta. So this is now number 88, which is David Turrell in the Ginetta. He's being followed by Paul Davis and then Ben Wheeler. So Marshall's on the start line, lining David Turrell up now. Ready to go, just waiting for a green light to come on. There's the green light, so in his own time he will now start. As he leaves the start, we see Paul Davies lining up immediately behind, and that gorgeous Empire Evo 2 of Ben Wheeler following it down. So just watching as the Ginetta goes through the gate. Climbs his way through the S's, as away from the line goes Paul Davies in the Radical Club Sport. Lovely high revving sounding engine as he goes across the paddock there. And looking down now to the Empire Evo 2 of Ben Wheeler. Ben from over at Kilmington, not far from here, great supporter of events here. Relatively new to this car, as I say. He had a while in the previous Empire Evo, and then he went back to driving a Caterham for a couple of seasons and is now back into a single-seater. As we look down, we see Andrew McDonald in the Beck MG. This is a car that Andrew constructed and modelled this himself. He had a birthday this week, but he was a bit remiss of him. He didn't bring us any cake this weekend, so as he gets away from the start, we see Andrew Forsyth. Andrew in the OMS CF04. Andrew having set the FTD here last weekend on 2 events. I see his mum Judy wandering down the paddock, just keeping an eye on him. And we look at the times now, and car number 88, David Turrell, done at a time of 50.29. Paul Davies in the Radical Club Sports done at a time of 44.35, and Ben Wheeler has just done a 38.65. This is a man whose time we'd be interested in. Andrew Forsyth, currently on the hill, going through the gate. Andrew spent a lot of time down here helping with the maintenance of the venue throughout the year when he couldn't get a chance to get away from work. Andrew just rounding Sorbench Hairpin and heading along Castle Straight, with Andrew McDonald having scored a time of 60.20 as Rodney Thorne in that Pilbeam, that glorious sounding V8 Pilbeam, goes across the front of the park here in front of us. So Andrew Forsyth does a time of 36.92. He'd be very happy with that. As I say, this is only practice. This afternoon I expect the time to come down a little bit more. As Peter Reid is lining up in the Toy House Westfield. So called because somebody said, has anybody seen Peter? And they said he's in the Toy House playing with the Westfield over there. So they've called the car the Toy House. So we're looking back now, number 91, obviously Andrew Forsyth's time of 36.92. Car 92, Rodney Thorne of a time of 39.34. As the Fiesta leaves the line, this is Arnon Torto in his historic rally car that he's running, a Fiesta Mark 1 1600S. And a time of Peter Reid getting to the top of the hill, car number 93, a time of 42.19. 42.19. And we have the number 97, Morgan three-wheeler. This is running as part of the motorcycle entry of Anthony Quinn, which is on the hill at present, followed by the course car. Just waiting for the time to come in for Arnold in the Fiesta, car number 94. And it's a time of 53.31, 53.31. So just the one car on the hill at the moment, the Morgan, and once that's got to the top, that will conclude the car practice for this morning, and we will then move into the motorcycle entry. So the car number 97, which was the Morgan, the time of Anthony Quinn, the time of that is 57.92, 57.92. So looking at the motorcycle entry now, we have the 100 to 250cc class, then the 251 to 350 class, and then 351 to 500 class would be the first three classes that will be coming out. Quite a selection of vehicles in amongst that, including the Veloset of Anthony Isaac. Anthony, the son of Peter, who's the MD here. Anthony's on the 350s Veloset, and his father's on a 500cc Veloset. Both very rare antique motorcycles. The cars are now returning back down the hill. It's only a small batch of cars, but if I could ask you just again to keep the paddock exit clear, that would be excellent, and the tarmac road up through the middle. The motorcycles are starting to assemble down here now, ready to take their run at the hill. Of course, car currently descending, coming through the S's at the present. It goes up to ensure that all the vehicles have left the top paddock to make their return, and to also ensure that the crossing point, people have got across safely. So they're coming down. They will park up on Wiz Corner. That's the first corner. And whilst they're doing that, the motorcycles are starting to make their way down to the line. So the first motorcycle is number 244, which is Patrick Evans. Patrick went up with a time of 48.84 last time. He'll be looking to improve on that this time. As away from the line goes Patrick Evans on the KTM. This is a 250cc motorcycle. We watch him go across the park, over Bunny's Leap, into the gate, hard on the brakes, into the gate, front lean on in there, through the S's. Bikes are very quick through this area. As away from the line now goes number 316, which is Andy Rayner on the Yamaha 262cc. And we look up to Sawbench and we see that Patrick Evans is round Sawbench and heading around Martini now to go over the finish line and record a time of 46.28. Having gone up in 48 last time, he's now taken over 2 seconds off his time this time on this practice. Currently on the hill we have number 316, which is Andy Rayner, followed by number 365, Anthony Isaacs. Anthony with a Velocet 350, and he comes from Taunton. Very, very old bike this, from the 1930s. Anthony did tell me a lot of details about it yesterday, which I will hopefully update you on as the afternoon goes along. Then the numbers actually dropped to number 2, which indicates that he was the second fastest in last year's Hillclimb Championship. And that's Jamie Mitchell. Jamie just going around Martini now. Any minute now, I will get a time for him. Well, meanwhile, Anthony Isaac gets to the top in a time of 61.18 on that motorcycle, which is approaching 100 years old. As Jamie Mitchell is getting towards the top of the hill now. Jamie's run didn't go obviously as to plan. He's got a fail on that run, but obviously you need to get to the top and record the time. In practice it's not quite so important to record the time as long as you get to the top. And Callum Short, down from Bideford, has just got to the top in 46.58. The marshals at Sawbench out having a bit of a look, doing a bit of sweeping just to tidy up the track. And next on the line we have Richard Bowker. Richard on his Honda 450, Richard from Taunton. Just waiting for the marshals to finish a bit of tidying up on the track at Sawbench, and he get a green light when they finished. So a small delay for a few minutes. Just to remind everybody, if you're coming down for lunch at lunchtime, the marshals will be also coming down for lunch. If you could let them have priority at the catering van queue. They obviously have a limited time to which to have their lunch, and then they have to be back on post ready for this afternoon's timed runs. And there is generally 2 queues down there to ensure that you can get fed and watered. And as I say, we have quite a selection of food stuff down here, so come down, have a look, see what the caterers have. So Richard's fired the engine up again, so obviously we're preparing to get going again. As he leaves the start line. We have number 547, Richard Thorne. Richard from Dorchester, 17 years old, on his 450 Suzuki. His father, Rodney, driving the Pilbeam sports racing car, the blue one that we saw a few minutes ago with the big V8 engine in it. And we look towards the top of the hill now to find out what Richard Boker has done time-wise. And he scored a time of 47.72. 47.72. Reg Davis. Reg, another regular down here at the working parties throughout the year. From Bristol. On his KTM on the hill at the moment. Number 551. Richard Thorne having just got to the top of the hill in 52.25. Richard Peaty, number 553, is on the hill at present. As away from the line goes Mr. Peter Isaac. Peter being our MD of Wiscombe Limited and enjoying a day out riding his motorcycle for a change instead of having to rush around and do Wiscombe type things. So number 551, Reg Davis. Reg got to the top with a time of 52.19. 52.19. Number 587, Stephen Butler on the Suzuki behind Peter. And he'll be aiming to get up there. Obviously a more modern bike than Peter's Velocette. So let's have a look at our times. Number 553, Richard Peaty, a time of 45.29. Just waiting to see Peter Isaac's time come in of 56.64. As away from the line goes number 691. Which unfortunately doesn't appear on my list. So 598, Mike Tilley, he's now on the hill. Mike from down the other side of Newton Abbot there. Very much a motorcycling family. As we have number 1, Paul Jeffrey on the hill on the KTM. Number 1, obviously signifying that last year he done very well in their championship. We look back at the times now, and we have for Stephen Butler a time of 46.49. Then number 590, Keith Haynes on the Aprilia, a time of 44.35. Number 691, which doesn't appear in my list, but is a time of 49.97. Mike Tilley, number 598, 49.62. And then Paul Jeffrey, a time of 42.01. Followed by number 5 with a time of 43.92. 43.92. Again, not in my list, unfortunately. As we look back and we see Mark Short, the Aprilia, is leaving the line. Oh, sorry, he's on the hill. Mark Short, number 700. Just leaving the line now, number 744, which is Chris Keats, Chris from Wellington. His father, Paddy, telling me this morning that he's given up using his motorbike sidecar, or outfit as he prefers to call it. And just concentrating now on looking after Chris with his bike. And looking at the times, number 6, which is Peter Short, went up with a time of 43.58, 43.58. And number 700, Mark Short, a time of 44.58, 44.58. As number 777, Tommy Hodges on his GV KTM. Tommy on the hill at the moment. And we look back for the time. Chris Keats did a 44.64. And just watching them through the S's, they're very committed, these riders. We now have Stu Mills, Stu from Ivy Bridge. I'm not sure what his hobbies are, but I know he does a lot of wood turning these days. So Stu on the hill, postman from down there at Ivy Bridge, number 9. As the time comes in for number 777, Tommy Hodges, and Tommy done a 41.69, so a very good time there from Tommy. Stu Mills just rounded the top of the hill on 46.19, as number 10 Andy Jolly, also on a KTM down from Bath, is on the hill at present. Just waiting for his time to come in. Looks like there'll be a small delay a minute, and the marshals are out doing a bit of sweeping and just going up to check on one of the riders. So just looking back over the motorcycle times, where we got a short break, and having a look at it, the times have been coming down quite quickly. We have a Paul Jeffrey on a 42.01, which was an improvement of just over a second from his previous run, and Guy Ursel with a time of 43.92, his previous run being 45.41. Peter Short doing a 43.58, with his previous time being a 44.02. Mark Short doing a 44.58 on his second practice, his first practice time being 45.95. Done a 44.64, previous time being 45.93. And Josh Williams doing a 53.97, which is an improvement of 2 seconds over his previous time of 55.94. And Tommy Hodges doing a 41.69, with his previous practice being 43.78. And then going back through the car classes now, Class 9, James Turl having done a 48.19, his previous time being 50.53. Paul Davies a 44.35, his previous time being 45.46. David Turl, in the Ginetta number 88, shared with James, and his time was 50.29, his previous time being 51.43. And Ben Wheeler out there with a time of 38.65. Ben improving over his previous time of 39.74. And then into Class 7. The times from the cars competing there. This is the 500 Owners Association Racing Cars over 500cc and Formula Junior. And we have a time of 47.93 is the fastest we've seen in practice there this morning from Charles Reynolds. As I say, Charles, a very interesting man, used to be involved with the Ford Works rally team. If you get a chance to chat to him, very, very interesting. Lots of history, lots of knowledge. And looking down through there, we have a 49.71 of Russell Haynes. And Ruth Ross having done a 62.04. So it looks like the marshals are still doing a little bit of work up on Sawbench hairpin. So we just wait 0.12. Mark Haynes 54 seconds, his previous time being 60.42. And as I say, Charles Reynolds now having done a 47.93, his previous time being a 49.4. And Richard Ashford doing a 49.37, his previous time being 51.14. And finally, number 82 in that class, Dave Andrews with a time of 48.57 over his previous time of 49.01. So the times generally coming down as they've been going along. We'll have a look back now to the 500 owners to see where we are with that. The 500 owners class 6, which is 1945 to 1960. And just looking to find the fastest time in there, which which I think, looking at it, looks to be Finley McIntosh. Oh no, it may well be Andy Rayner on his run, number 69, with a time of 57. Oh no, hang on, Max McIntosh done a 50.75. So Alistair Dent 49.7. So the time's generally coming down right the way across the field there. As I say, it's nice and sunny here at Wiscombe today. Come on down to the paddock. The catering unit is open. They have, apart from hot food and cold food, they also have some ice creams there. They have teas, coffees, cakes, donuts, fudge. And the bar is serving a selection of ales today. I haven't been told which ones they've got there. As I say, a small delay at the moment, so while that's going on, take the opportunity to get lunch, because as the marshals will be coming down off the hill at the end of the motorcycle batches, and as soon as they're down here, obviously they would take priority over the lunch queue. So if you're looking to get yourself a sandwich or a bite to eat, now's the time to head to the catering unit to do so. Anybody who's interested in the history of Wiscombe Park, there is a nice little book put together a few years ago by Colin Rose, one of the directors of Wiscombe Limited here. It first started hill climbing in the late 50s, I believe 1958. And in those days you could actually stand here and you could see the whole course right the way from top to bottom, because the trees were obviously just saplings. And occasionally you do see a nice picture pop up on the internet, and you suddenly realise that how open the venue was in those days. very, very scenic. The family, the Chichester family who actually own the land, always very, very accommodating of the motorsport here. And without their help and everything, we would not be able to run. And they have to do quite a lot of things prior to us coming in. They have to move animals around, and they have pheasants and all sorts of stuff that they need to deal with. But the history of hill climbing started here, I believe, in 1958, and it was the idea of Major Richard Chichester, who lived in the house, and a friend of his, Mr. Lampton, or Major Lampton, and the two majors got together and thought it would be a jolly good idea to have a bit of motorsport going on such a nice drive and such a nice venue, and they got together and started the very first hill climbs here. I believe at the West Hanson Dorset Car Club in those days was one of the original clubs. And there's, like I say, there's quite a lot of history. If anybody can find one of these copies of these books, written by Colin Rose, has quite a lot of definitive history on the early runners. One of the earlier winners of the hill climb here was a man called John Buncombe, John from Burnham-on-Sea. His son Jonathan went on to become a saloon car racer in the 70s, and his grandchildren Alex and Chris are very much involved in motorsport now. Chris being heavily involved with Jenson Button and a lot of the stuff he does, and also races himself. And Alex was part of the Bentley team. Prior to that, he was part of the Nissan team, circuit racing. But quite a lot of people have come through here. There's pictures of people such as Sterling Moss here as well. But one of the early people involved in the hill climbs here was Dennis Jenkinson, who many people will remember as Jenks. He was a journalist for Motorsport magazine for many years, always wrote a very, very interesting column, and he would come down and ride his motorcycle here and thoroughly enjoy his day out. So as well as doing his actual work as a journalist, he would also be out enjoying his motorcycling. Hopefully at some point today we get somebody from the 500 Owners Club to come in and tell you a bit about the history of the 500 Owners. Sorry, Owners Association. I keep getting that wrong. It's the Owners Association. Do apologise. And they will come in and hopefully tell us a bit. Well, those of you in the paddock will have just heard the announcement that there is a motorcyclist just taking a tumble on the hill, and the medical team are in attendance, just checking him over, making sure he's all right, and we will shortly hopefully be resuming, or we may call an early lunch depending on the time the incident takes to just resolve, and hopefully shortly we will be able to give you an update which way we're going with that. But as I say, if you wish to get a lunch, I would go to the catering establishments now and get yourself something to eat whilst we got this little lull, because once the marshals come down off the hill, because we will have this delay, they will need to be able to get to have their lunch and back on the hill as quickly as possible. Just to give you an update, the organisers have decided to halt now for lunch. So the marshals will be coming down off the hill very shortly for their lunch, and then we will resume. And after lunch, as soon as I have a time that we'll be resuming, I'll be able to let you know. But at the moment, we're just getting ready now to bring the marshals down off the hill for their lunch. So the medical team are just going back to their places, having seen the rider on the motorcycle, and obviously as soon as they're back into position, you know, it will be a case of the motorcycles that are at the top of the hill will be brought back down, taken back to their paddock places, and we will, as I say, break for an early lunch. Could I just remind people in the paddock that the motorcycles are now returning and they will need free passage to get back to their... So if you could keep the tarmac road clear, please, just so the motorcycles can return to their parking area. Thank you. So just an update from the Clarking team. We're now stopping for lunch. The actual lunch break will be less than an hour. The marshals would need to get back onto their posts for 13:40 for a 13:50 restart. So effectively they're having about half an hour by the time they get down here. So as Jason and the Clarking team have said, if we could make sure that the marshals get priority at the food queues, please, that would be much appreciated. So a lunch break now, and aiming to restart at 10 to 2. Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the 500 Owners Association Wiscombe Park Hillclimb for 2023. Very shortly we'll be recommencing after the lunch break. We've got some motorcycle practice runs still to do, so they're going to go up first, and then we will be into the timed runs for the car entry. So we're just waiting for all the marshals and all the officials to get themselves back into position. When they're in position, we will then restart with the remainder of the motorcycle practice entry. I can see the course car now returning back down the hill, so very shortly we'll be getting back into operation. So just a few more minutes and we will hopefully should have the first motorcycle on the hill for you to all see. If this is your first visit to Wiscombe, we'd like to welcome you. Hope you have an enjoyable day with us here. It's wonderful surroundings. We have all the catering down here with us in the bottom paddock, so if you fancy a wander down, they have teas, coffees, ice creams, as well as the savoury lunch stuff. So come down and have a wander around, have a chat to the drivers, admire the machinery, go up and talk to the motorcyclists. And the course vehicle is just now getting itself back into position. Once that's into position and we've had the thumbs up, we will be dispatching the first of the motorcycles for their remainder of their practice runs, which we had to curtail just before lunch, for the practice for this afternoon, which would be then into the car entry with the cars having their timed runs. So motorcycle number 817, Marcus Bisson, now on his KTM over from Jersey on the start line, got the green light, and any minute now, there he is, he's away, around Wiz Corner, across in front of the house here, up over Benny's Leap, which is just approaching now, and onto the brakes and into the gate, through the gate area, and he will then be into the S's. S's 1, 2 and 3 before he approaches saw bench hairpin. He's just heading towards now. Braking for saw bench. Nice line around saw bench and get the power on. Up Castle Straight, past the Castle 1, Castle 2 into Martini. And when he gets to Martini, hard on the brakes again. Hairpin left around the corner, and he has just completed his run with a time of 45.14. 45.14. Also on the hill is Matthew Mogridge, commonly known as Mog, comes down from Taunton. He's out there on his big Suzuki, 1000cc, 1080cc in actual fact. Mog heading towards the top of the hill at the moment, and he should be around Martini any second now, and we will get a time for Mog of 44.31. David Norris from Exeter's on the hill at present, just nearing the top of the hill, just around the Martini now to get a finish time of 45.35. Pete Ford on his Hill Dragon 750 supercharged motorcycle. Pete from Shepton Beecham in Somerset here on the hill. That's his bike number 864. And he's just got to the top of the hill in 47.02 seconds. Mark Williams on his Honda, 1 litre Honda, on the hill at present, and just rounding the top corner. Let's have a look at his time of 46.84. Nigel and Kirsty Glover on the Triton motorcycle outfit, or Tigger and Hedgehog as they call themselves. They're just up near the top of the hill now. Motorcycle outfit number 956. They've just rounded Sawbench, heading up Castle Straight. Through the gate go Simon and Jane Foster. Simon's auntie, Carol, very much to do with the 500 Owners Association here for many years. And a great tribute was paid to her after her passing a couple of years ago, where we had a minute of noise led by Simon and Jane with their Honda outfit. So going back to the times, 956, Nigel and Kirsty Glover, a time of 61.13. And Simon and Jane Foster on the hill, closely followed by Kevin and Sarah Jewell. Kevin and Sarah having a little bit of a problem at the gate this morning, which created a small issue. They've overcome that now. Kevin and Sarah having got to the top on the Windle Kawasaki with a time of, let's have a look, I'm just waiting for it to come through, 58.71. Unfortunately, Simon and Jane Foster, no time recorded on my printer at the moment, so whether they didn't make it over the finish, I'm not sure. So sometimes people have to go up the escape road at the top of the hill rather than turn left around the hairpin, so I'm not sure if that's what's happened. Just a quick update from the timekeepers there. Simon and Jane Foster got to the top with a time of 46.48. 46.48. We're now into the timed runs for this afternoon. We have at this moment number 128, Greg Larigio, who's on the hill in his Riley, and closely followed by the Morgan of James Dean following up behind. Car 128's time 53.18, 53.18. As the Morgan rounds Martini hairpin to go over the finish and gives us a time of 50.20. So that's 50.20 for James Dean in the Morgan Plus 8. So the Course vehicles up the hill now, bringing the cars back down. The two cars we've just seen are the first cars of the timed runs for this afternoon. They're the double-driven cars, hence the number 1 prior to their number. They come back down, and we will have the cars in your programme as Class 1, 1A and 2 going up in the next batch. So that's the next lot of cars to go that you'll see. Starting off with car number 1, which is Steve Hill in his Caterham, as opposed to Jim Faulkner in his Westfield. Jim having had a bit of a spill a couple of weeks ago down at Warrington Park, so unable to get his car repaired in time. And Steve is now running at number 1. So within this next batch we got quite a selection of cars. Unfortunately no Keith Soom with his Porsche 914, but quite a few other interesting cars in amongst it, including the Lotus Elise of Gary Dawkins. His friends tell me that it's not Gary actually driving it, it's probably Alexa. I think he just calls to it because it does everything for him. So quite a nice car, that, very, very modern. As the motorcycles and combinations return, if I could ask everybody in the paddock just to make sure that the paddock return road is clear for them. So the Riley and Morgan heading back to their respective places in the paddock for the other driver to get in and ready to take over the drive of it. So they'll be coming out again shortly. As Steve Hill is sat there waiting to lead the cars out for this afternoon's timed runs. Just waiting for the course vehicle to return to its place on Wiz Corner. The course car having to stop on the crossing point on its way back down the hill, just to ensure that everybody's across and the gates are shut before we resume. So just to keep it nice and secure up there, make sure everybody gets a chance to get across the road. So very shortly that'll be with us, and once that's back into position on Wiz Corner, here it is now, just coming down over Bunny's Leap, and it will park up, and we will be then ready to restart. So the red flags are brought in from the marshal's post, which indicates that the course is clear. And we have Steve Hill and Chris Bryant heading down there, numbers 1 and 2. Chris with his MG-ZR. Followed by Julian Rinaldi with his Ford Fiesta. At number 4. And then Shane Currow at number 6. So just waiting for the lights to go green for Steve. Lights gone green and away from the start he goes. This is car number 1. His first split time of 2.67 seconds, so a fairly rapid launch there. Quite a wide selection of vehicles in this batch. Old cars, modern cars, all sorts of stuff. Steve round Sawbench hairpin at the top, heading along the start, and Chris has just got around Wiz Corner and heading across the front of the house here. Steve just getting around Martini, which will give us a time now, and the time he has recorded is have a time come through for him again, so just maybe my printer's playing up a wee bit. I'm sure the timekeepers will actually inform me what the time is that Steve Hill has just done. As the Mini of Shane Currow leads the start line. It does say in the entry list it's a Audi A5, but obviously it's not. Simon Dodwell next in this £350 Daihatsu Copan, which he says cost not a lot of money to buy, but quite a lot of money has been invested in it since. But quite a nice little car, very, very compact. To be followed by the Lotus Exige of Gary Dawkins, and which, as I say, his friends tell me he gets shouts to Alexa to drive for him because it's all he needs to do because it's such a modern car.
Put it ours out. Can't see it. Careful one others.
So the small amount of activity by the marshals up on Martini. I'm not sure if they're sweeping or what, but there'll be a small delay now just while they're resolving their little issues up there. So the Daihatsu Copan will be held on the start for a few moments whilst we have a bit of a tidy up at Martini. So Julian Rinaldi having scored a time of 47.18. I have a time now for Steve Hill. Steve went up in 42.72. Chris Bryant in 49.18. and Julian Rinaldi in 47.18, but the marshals have had to go and have a bit of a tidy up just after the finish line, which meant that Shane Currell received a fail, so he will be entitled to a rerun because he was red flagged on his way up. So it appears the flags are coming in down the hill now. I see Tim Pitfield, one of our regular competitors who's marshalling on Sawbench, just brought his flag in. So the flags are coming down, so very shortly we'll be back in operation. We'll just see what the times are then. Obviously we've got the, like I say, the Daihatsu down on the line there, Simon Dodwell. So very shortly he'll be going, followed by Gary Dawkins in the Lotus Exige, and then John Reed in the Ford Anglia. The little Daihatsu down there revving up, ready to go. Got his green light, and away he goes. Very nimble little car this, obviously. And then the other end of the spectrum, the rather wide Lotus Exige of Gary Dawkins. This is the 410 brake horsepower model, V6. Gary runs a fostering company here in the southwest. And we can hear the car come. As it comes up the hill, we can hear it coming. Very, very noisy, very loud, but very lovely to listen to. As the little Daihatsu rounds Sawbench hairpin, heading towards the top, Gary gets a green light, and away from the line he goes with a launch time of 2.47 seconds. As car number 7, the Daihatsu, has got to top in 52.78. As that V6 engine Ford Anglia of John Reed, 2.9 litre Cologne engine in this, leaves the start line. John's campaigned this car for a number of years. He's got several Ford Anglias, and this is the one he chooses to hill climb. And John Hill was immediately behind him with his BMW Mini Cooper S as Gary Dawkins rounds Martini and records a time of 43.55. Looking towards the top of the hill again now, and car number 9, that is the John Reed Ford Anglia, has scored a time of 50.32. John Hill soon to reach the top, just coming up to Martini now, hard on the brakes, around he comes, and as he goes over the finish line he gets a time of 48.23. Trevor Parsons out there on the hill at present in his Caterham. And we have a time for car 11 of 46.45. Car 10, that is John Hill, 48.23. As the big Volvo is going through the S's now, heading towards Sawbench Hairpin. You have the Seat Leon Cupra leaving the start line of Graham Ramsey. As the Cupra goes through the gate, and now we're looking for a time for car number 12, David Jameson, and it comes in of 59.67. That's the Volvo, 59.67. Car 14, Graham Ramsey, the Seat Leon Cupra. Just going into Martini now and over the finish line, and he has a time of 55.29, 55.29. Meanwhile, Barry Carter with his Mazda MX-5 almost at the top, just going around Sawbench Hairpin and putting the power down to go up Castle Straight. We have the Ginetta G4 of David Gibson coming through the S's. And now, as Barry goes over the line, he records a time of 64.27, 64.27. David Gibson and the Ginetta G4 just now not far behind him, and a time of 49.12. Nick Davis in the BMW out there at the moment, and Roger Hodgson just leaving the start line. Roger in his, it says MGB Roadster, but he's actually in his MG TF today because he had a fuel issue with the Roadster. Roger, a seasoned campaigner down here. David Gibson got to the top in 49.12. Car 17, Nick Davies in the BMW 330D of 53.55. And Roger Hodgson in the MG TF is up there now. As through the gate goes the Mini R50 of Adam Holland. On the start line down there now we have the Triumph TR7 V8 convertible of Larry Jerram Croft. Larry comes from Martock in Somerset, as I say, a previous Royal Navy or Fleet Air Ram helicopter pilot, decorated in the Falklands War, and been very much involved with TRs over the years. So we have a time for Roger Hodgson of 55 seconds exactly, and number 19, Adam Holland in the Mini R50, 51.59. As on the start line, we have Alan Foster. Alan with his well-campaigned Morgan Plus 8. Been hill climbing this for a number of, I'm going to say a couple of decades at least, if not more. And a lovely turned out car. And we look back to see that Larry done a time of 49.05. The next Morgan leaving the line, number 24. This is James Andrews in the Morgan 44, the lower powered engine as opposed to the Plus 8s. And behind it we have a number 25, which is Georgina Dean in the other Plus 8. James Walter having got to the top in a time of 58.88, and Alan Foster in a time of 52.36. As car 25, Georgina Dean, goes across the front of the house here, heading up over Bunny's Leap towards the gate and the S's. And number 26 has just left the line. That's Howard Burton in the Morgan 4.4. Again, the 4-cylinder engine model rather than the V8. As Philip Copeland's Morgan Plus 8 is being lined up ready for his start. And car 24, James Andrews, got to the top in 65.21. Georgina Dean having done a time of 53.49. And on the hill now we have the double-driven Riley 9 Special of Dave Morley, the blue car, just having left the start line. This is a double-driven car. He's sharing it with Andrew Oliver. As the time comes in for car number 26, Howard Burton, a time of 56.55. Just waiting now for Philip Copeland's time. As the last car in this batch goes up the hill, which is number 148, Hans von Wurtel. So time for car number 27, and that is Philip Copeland, a time of 50.83. Car number 129, Dave Morley with the Riley Special, 59.13. And just waiting for number 148's time to come in, which is 61.01. So looking back at Class 1 in the times, we have leading the class is car number 1, Steve Hill, with a time of 42.72. Second in class at present is Gary Dawkins with a time of 43.55. And third in class, Trevor Parsons with a time of 46.44. And in fourth place is Julian Rinaldi with a time of 47.18, so not very far behind. Some very competitive cars there. We still have Shane Currow to obviously have a rerun as his run was interrupted, so obviously that could actually make a difference to those times. So the course cars now just arrived at the top paddock. They will be releasing the vehicles back down, and obviously they go back to their parking spaces. And as I've said previous, if you could all ensure that the return road is kept clear, just to make sure that they have free passage back to their parking spaces. Anybody who's not been to speed hill climbing before, I hope you're enjoying your day. It's a wonderful venue to come to here, Wiscombe Park. It's very much a family owned and run farm normally, and we're very, very lucky to be able to come here and have some motorsport during the summer months. There's quite a nice selection of cars here today. A lot of these will be here tomorrow as well for the Vintage Sports Car Club event, and then the next event will be towards the end of July. Details are in your programs, and that will be the actual National Hillclimb Championship round, which attracts people from all over the country to that. And we will have big racing cars as well as the smaller cars, road cars, all sorts of stuff. And that's the last weekend of July. Obviously just check the Wiscombe website just to make sure that nothing's changed on that. And the actual date is the 29th and 30th of July. And then on the 2nd and 3rd of September, the first weekend in September, it's the 5 Clubs Hillclimb. This is put on by a collection of clubs to run the hill climb here, and always a good turnout of club cars, competition cars and what have you. The following weekend, the 9th of September, is the MG Car Club event on the Saturday. Obviously, as it says, MGs very much to the fore on that event. And on the following day, it's the NHCA Arnold Gimlet Speed Hill Climb, which is the motorcycles. That is a purely motorcycle event and well worth coming down. If you like motorcycles, that's the event to come to. Even if you don't like them, it's the event to come to, because it is such a great day. They're all very relaxed and enjoying themselves. And the final event this year, just for this 1 year only, on the 23rd and 24th September, there will be another hill climb here. This is to replace the Manor Farm hill climb that was normally run at Manor Farm near Charminster, but unfortunately due to the track surface having deteriorated over the last winter, it was decided it was not ideal, so it's been decided not to run there, and the event is going to be run here instead. But that's just for this 1 year, so quite a calendar of events coming up for you. So the next class that we'll be seeing is Class 2, which is the VSCC registered Rileys. A couple of double-driven cars in amongst this. Most of them from around the mid to early 1930s. So 90-year-old racing cars, fantastic. One of the cars, or two of the cars, we've actually already seen go up, but they will be going up again. And then we have Simon and Sarah Kellaway, husband and wife, who have a Riley each here today. Simon always tells me he's a pole dancer in a previous life. I think it's a very strange life, but there we are. So, yeah, something to look forward to. And then we move on to the other VSCC registered cars, which is the Vintage Sports Car Club registered cars. So very shortly we'll be bringing out the VSCC registered Rileys to take their first time run of the afternoon. And the first one is going down towards the line now is number 30, Simon Callaway. Simon being followed by his good lady Sarah in her Riley. And then Greg Liragio. Sorry. Oh, it could actually, it's probably Barbara actually. There's number 28, isn't it? Not 128. So that's the first three Rileys down there. So just waiting for the green light, and Simon is away. Lovely sounding old car this. I was talking to him a few weeks ago at Warrington Park, and Sarah's car blown its engine up at the beginning of, or at the previous weekend at a race meeting, and they had to put Simon's old race engine in it very quickly so that she could actually get out and compete. I don't know if she still has that engine in, but obviously a family who like their cars. So Simon's approaching Martini hairpin now. Very shortly be there, and he rounds the hairpin, and we will very shortly have a time, which is any second now. 52.83. So Simon gets 52.83. And Sarah's on the hill. Whereas down on the start line, lining up now, is Michael James in the Riley 12.4 Cotton Special. And away goes that Cotton Special. And we look back at the times, and car 31, Sarah Kellaway, a time of 60.45, 60.45. That's number 29, which is Andrew Oliver, goes across in front of the house here. He would be followed by number 33, which is Christopher Downham in the Riley Ulster Imp replica. Just looking at some times again. Barbara Loregio has done a time of 66.01. Michael James 48.15. Andrew Oliver, nearing the top of the hill now. And a time of 61.53 for Andrew Oliver. Christopher Downham just approaching to Martini, hard on the brakes, turns it in, comes around Martini, accelerates over the finish line to give himself a time of 54.63. Now quite a selection of cars coming down now. We have on the hill number 34, which I don't actually have in my list, and Shane Currell taking the rerun in his Mini is up there now, number 6. So number 34 is 59.84. Number 6, which is the rerun of the Mini for Shane Currell, is a time of 50.49. 50.49. James Morland in the MGL1 Touring on the hill. That's car number 35. Very near to the top now. Just rounding the corner, a puff of smoke comes out the back of it by the looks of it, and recording a time of 62.84. Number 36, Anthony Norton, the Alvis 1250. It's nearing the top. Turns it into Martini. As you can hear, one of the first of the older motorcycle engined 500 VSCC registered cars, may not be a 500, which is Gary Clare in Granny, the Jap engine car. He's following number 37, Rod Briggs. And car 36, Anthony Norton in the Alvis got to top in a time of 60.31. 60.31. Rod Briggs from Somerton with the Alvis, sorry, the AC. The AC has done a time of 63.52. Just waiting for Gary Clare's time to come in now. Gary's just up on the approach to the hairpin at the top, and he goes over the finish line to get a 55.54. That's 55.54. David McRobert on the hill at present in the Bentley. This is a 3.5 litre special, number 42, and near the top now. As the Ginetta goes through the S's, the Bentley rounds the corner at the top and gives us a time of 68.09. Meanwhile, looking back at the start line, we have some Morgans now. So we have car number 116 up there as well. Which is the Ginetta, of a time of 53.77. Car 45, Tom Golland on the hill at present. And around Martini, over the finish, and gives us a time of 66.74. Meanwhile, Gary Caroline on the hill, waiting for his time to come in. As Andrew Messant goes through the gate, his way up to the top. And Gary Caroline got to top, and that car number 44 in 53.99. As away from the line goes number 48. This is Annette Van Vertel in the Lagonda Rapier, and coming down to the line now is that beautiful ERA B-type Humphrey. So this is Humphrey, the car, driven by David Morris. David says he feels very privileged to be able to drive it. We look back to the top of the hill for number 46, Andrew Messant in the other Morgan three-wheeler of 6306. But listen to that supercharger and that car just leaving the line now. What a gorgeous sound. This is a former Grand Prix winning car from many, many years ago. As Edmund Burgess goes to the line in his Bugatti Type 51. This is a 1932 car, number 40. And spirited pull away from the start line there by Edmund. And the time comes in for William Irving and the Alvis 1250, a time of 62.38. Closely followed by car 48 with a time of 65.43. And car 41, that lovely ERA, a time of 50.65. So short delay there. I just got a small technical issue in here, but the PA engineer is on his way. So back to where we were on times. Car 40, Edmund Burgess 49.61. Car number 50, which is Inga van Weltel in the Austin 7 Pea Green Special, and she has done a time of 63.34. Car 51, Peter Howitt in the Austin 7 Ulster, a time of 65.31. Sorry, 65.51. He would have preferred 31, but unfortunately it was 51. As on the line down there now, we have car number 54 being lined up. That's Rick Pearman in the Austin 7 Special, as he just leaves the line now. Very narrow wheels on this car. We look at the time for Graham Beckett in the Austin 7 Simplicity, car 52, and we have a time of 63.71. On the hill now, number 56. This is David Fennell in Austin 7, the toy, the lovely little yellow car, just going up the hill as we speak. And looking back at the times, car 52, Graham Beckett, 63.71. Car 53, Vicky Sly with the Austin 7 Ulster of 76.33. Number 181 now on the hill. This is the shared car. This at the moment would be Ruth Ross. It's a Cooper Mark IV, 1948 vintage. Heading up the hill. As the time comes in for the Austin 7 for David Fennell, car 56 of 60.03. And this is getting towards the end of this batch, so there'll be a short break now whilst the cars are returned back down from up the hill. And car 79 has just gone up the hill in 53.1. That's car 79 Mark Haynes, the Elva 200. Car 181, that is Ruth Ross, has just done a 60.2. And car 159, which is still on the hill at present, which is Fraser Dean. We're just waiting for a time to come in, and just rounding Martini as I speak. And let's have a look. And his time is 50.95 for car 159, 50.95. So we're just waiting for them to bring those cars back down the hill from the top. And in the meantime, if you are here and you're down in the paddock, don't forget they have ice creams for sale at the catering unit. So the cars are now coming back, a couple of motorcycles amongst them, and just looking back over the times for Class 3. At the top of the leaderboard at the moment is Edmund Burgess with a Bugatti at a time of 49.61, followed by David Morris in the ERA with a time of 50.65, Gary Caroline with a time of 53.99, and Gary Clare with a time of 55.54. So that's the top few within that class. So Edmund Burgess leading the way in that lovely black Bugatti. So anybody who's enjoying these cars here today, don't forget it's the Vintage Sports Car Club meeting tomorrow, where a lot of these older cars will be performing, and obviously a great day, especially if the sun stays like this. What a glorious day we're having here at Wiscombe Park. So here are the cars coming back down now. The Bentley coming over the line here, back towards the start. The ERA looking lovely, isn't that silver, Humphrey, followed by the man who's leading the class at the moment, Edmund Burgess, in that beautiful Bugatti of his. Edmund actually has a couple of Bugattis, which are very, very nice. He has a Type 13 Brescia as well. And when he's not out in the Bugatti, he's hill climbing in the Midland Hill Climb Championship in his Gould. So very much a sporting driver with chances to drive several different types of car with different speeds, that sort of thing, different abilities. So could I just remind everybody in the paddock, the cars that are coming back now do not have any form of parking brake, so they need to be able to drive straight up and back into their parking spaces. Thank you. So the course car's now back in position, just waiting now for the cars to come out of the paddock to start the next lot of runs. Very shortly they'll be with us. This will be Class 6, the 500 Owners Association Racing Cars, 1945 to 1960. This is the 500cc cars, or up to 500cc cars. Quite a big batch of these cars coming out. Hopefully a bit later in the afternoon we'll be able to tell you a bit more. We're hoping to get a little chat in at some point with Nigel Shallis. Nigel knows a lot about the 500 Owners Club and its history, and I'm sure he will take the time to come and have a chat to us. So going down to the line now, we have the Ginetta. This is the double driven car. This is now the car number 188, which is this will be James Turl, the Ginetta G12, heading for the start line, and away he goes into his corner. This is one of the more modern cars within this patch, but we will be having a very nice selection of Coopers coming out now. And number 58 on the line. This is Richard Robarts. This is a Cooper Mark 11. And here revving up, and away it goes into Wiz corner. We're in Wiz, heading up over towards Bunny's Leap and to gate. Meanwhile, further up the hill, we see the Ginetta just rounding Martini and getting a time. So very nice to see that get up there, and it recorded a time of 46.69. 46.69. As away from the line goes car number 59. That is Vic Dean in the Cooper Mark 9. Soon to be followed by car 60 John Dent in his Cooper also. As we look up the hill to see where we are with it, and the number 58 car scores a time of 51.25. That's car 58, which is Richard Robarts, a time of 51.25. Away from the line, we have car 61, Alistair Dent. Alistair in the Hornet F3, old Formula 3 racing car. If you look back through the history of the 500s, it'll tell you all about the Formula 3s. Very, very interesting. Just got Nigel Shallis just come and sat next to me. We'll have a chat as this batch comes back down, and we'll tell you a bit about the history of the 500 Owners Association. Going back on the times, Vic Dean has just got to the top of the hill in a time of 52.87, and car 60 John Dent in a time of 51.41. As we watch a rather sideways looking car 61, Alistair Dent, go around Martini to cross the finish line. Now rounding Sawbench at this minute is car 62, which is Mark Dent, and his Cooper Mark 6, so he will very shortly be approaching Martini. Quite a wide line around there with the back end hanging out, and he's just scored a time of 52.18. So that's Alistair Dent on 50.10, and Mark Dent on 52.18. Car 63 is on the hill. This is Dominic Bishop in the Cooper Mark 6, 1952 car, so 70 years old, 71 years old I believe. They're very, very old cars these, but very, very much loved and maintained. And we look at Dominic Bishop's time and it's 56.96, 56.96. Finley McIntosh, he was doing very well in class earlier, and now almost at the top of the hill. A little bit, looks like he may have lost power on the way around Martini, so unless they can get it going, I think the following cars will actually be flagged. Yes, they are. Looks like he has a mechanical issue, he's just running it backwards at Martini. I think the marshals may have to push it up the escape road just to make room for the next car to come along. So the following cars will have been stopped in their tracks. They will have a rerun probably in the next batch. That's car 65 and 66. So car 64, Stuart Barnes has just failed at Martini.
So can you bring it up here? Bring it here.
So the marshal's just pushing 64 off up the side road up there, and marshal's down here on the start line just moving cars around so that they can make room for them to restart. Obviously the air-cooled engines, it's a warm day, they don't want to be running them for too long stationary. If you're watching this on our live stream from home, welcome to Wiscombe Park and the 500 Owners Association meeting on a glorious sunny day here. We couldn't ask for much nicer weather. I think it's fantastic today to see these cars in action. And if you're enjoying it at home, why not come down tomorrow and support the Vintage Sports Car Club meeting and see a lot more of these nice old cars. Well, we've got a few minutes while they're sorting that out. I'm pleased to welcome Nigel Shallis here to the commentary box.
Well, good afternoon all. Good afternoon, Dave. I must say, I think something you said a short while ago about the age of these cars. When you own one, you don't really realise just how old they are. And I just did the maths, and I think 78 years, something like that, they'll be getting soon. So soon, we'll be getting our cars into their 80th year.
So where did the 500 Owners Association originally come from? Where did the cars generate themselves?
Well, it started around Bristol in the main with a group of people who were realising that old, big, heavy Bentleys and things like that were just unaffordable, too big, and not necessary. And so they went down the route of light, homemade cars. Effectively, we would call it a kit car nowadays. And so they started putting together specials of all varieties, mostly using motorcycle components, engines and gearboxes that were chain driven. And they quickly realised that these could be quite quick, quite cheap, and affordable.
So that all started in Bristol. Then I believe it all generated into somebody saying, let's have a racing championship, and Formula 3 was born, wasn't it?
Yeah, Formula 3 was born after the war, really, when suddenly you had men who could turn their talents learned in the war to engineering. and the quality of cars improved slightly, and the number of cars improved dramatically, and the thing took off. So suddenly we're finding lots of cars with good drivers, lightweight, and at the time were quite innovative. And it started the rear engine concept of cars. So no longer were there the heavyweight, massive front engine cars, lightweight things came into existence, and were very quick. Particularly hill climbing, they made a mark. And do you just want to comment on Chaz taking off now?
Well, it's a lovely looking car, isn't it? It's beautiful colour.
I love this car. It's quite unusual in its colour. There he goes.
Yeah, off the line, car 67.
A good start. Well done, Chaz.
Chaz Reynolds. No, is he related to Charles?
No, there's no relation between Charles Reynolds and Chaz Reynolds. There's always been that confusion in our club.
I suppose if you look at them side by side, you'd recognise which is which.
Which car is which? Yeah, Chaz is known for his driving of a Morgan three-wheeler as well, of which he's absolutely brilliant. So going back to post-war and 500 cars, they started to be very popular, and races started to be held, and hill climbs, and the spectating of these events became enormous. I've got photographs of places like Shelsley, Walsh and Prescott with hundreds, thousands of spectators watching these cars, and they became very, very important and very, very competitive. We are still chasing today, the club, some of the records that were set in those days.
Yeah, they are deceptively quick, aren't they?
Well, even looking at the times today, you'll see that Edwards Type 35 Bugatti that went up earlier. We're only, I think, a quarter of a second off that time. So, I think quite remarkable little things. And when you drive one, particularly here, you really do realise just how quick they are. You hold your breath from top to bottom, and it's just remarkable.
Yeah, you're obviously missing driving here today. I can tell.
I am very much missing driving today, and sat here with you at the start line, watching people thrash over to bunnies. I am actually missing it. Yeah. Thanks for reminding me.
No, that's all right. Jonathan Morris is out there now on the way 500. He's heading up the hill. We have a time for Chaz Reynolds of 56.63. So we're waiting, obviously, for Jonathan to reach the top of the hill, and there's a nice flow of cars coming down at the moment, which is quite lovely because it just keeps it all going, doesn't it?
So let's go on a few years then to when the FIA gave the 500 car a formal status as an FIA class. Then it really took off with the stars, and Moss came along and so on. And circuit racing started sort of becoming the primary event over hill climbing. And circuit racing proved to be a hugely popular event for a new wave of drivers, really, that led on and springboarded into junior racing and to other formulas after that.
Just give it a couple more times now. Jonathan Morris, car 68, got to the top in 58.12, and car 69, Andy Rayner in his Cooper, to the top of 53.21. So they're all fairly close, aren't they, in that mid-50s?
I mean, the task really today is trying to get below 50. That's, to me, the magic number. If you can get below that, then you're going to start to be competitive.
So
I haven't done it yet, by the way.
I was just going to ask that question. How close have you got? It's easy to say these things, isn't it? It's harder to do them.
It is.
The weather conditions and the track conditions today, though, I think are conducive to a good time out there, aren't they?
Now here's a man to watch, Simon Dedman, in this beautiful car. This is
the Star Ride.
The Star Ride, yeah. Used to belong to Jan Nitsch, who kept it absolutely pristine. Even though Jan used to use it about 15, 16 times a year. Passed it to Simon recently. Now Simon's put it back to its original blue colour, and I'm really pleased to see that this car is now at least at the same standard as Jan. if not slightly better. Simon keeps a wonderfully conditioned car.
Yeah, just a couple more times just come in. Number 70, Mike Wood, 57.69. 71, that's Richard Kelly, a time of 59 seconds. Number 72, Tom Waterfield, 47.81. So getting slightly quicker now, aren't we?
Tom is the guy that's annoying us all at the moment, both on circuits and hills. He's phenomenally quick. Drives an awful lot. Drives all sorts of cars, Nashes and things like that. He's a lovely driver. I only get a chance to drive behind him, of course, but he's wonderful to watch.
They say if you follow somebody and stay in their wheel tracks, you can become quick.
Really?
Yeah.
I must try that one day.
Yeah. But anyway, getting back to the history of the 500 Owners Association, it has been going a number of years now, and quite a healthy club, I believe. So
yes, what happened sort of towards the end of the 50s, the 500 sort of died out a little bit in appearance, and the junior came along and other series and sort of put it in the shade a little bit. But in 1968, 4 guys from the Midlands area bought one car. I think it was originally between 2 of them, and then a second car between 4 of them. And before long, there were a few cars back running again. And so they had the idea of reigniting the 500 movement and called it the 500 Owners Association. It started a little bit centred around Chelmsley. And got going again, and in a couple of years they were circuit racing, and it really took off. The motorcycle engines, but that didn't really catch on enormously, and again died out fairly quickly. But after that, the 500 movement, as we now know it, got going really well. And I first joined about 24 years ago, I think it was.
As a teenager?
As a teenager, exactly, Dave. And this was my first event here. And I actually came down here for an event the week before as a dry run. I packed my car up in the trailer and came here with no intention to drive at all, but just as a driver to see how it all worked. And then I came a bit later and competed. And it was one of the nicest weekends I can remember. I brought my 6-year-old son with me, and I didn't see him all day. It was a wonderful day out for both of us.
So a few more times just coming in while we're chatting here. Number 74, and that was Simon Deadman in the Star Ride at 55.76. Car 75, Robert Burke in the Arnott, 82.53. Car 76, that is Mark Riley and the Squanderbug. Time of 55.57. Car 77, Angus Frost, the Cooper Mark 5.
No, well, he is a bit of an actor.
Simon Frost in a time of 49.89, and car 179, the double-driven car with Russell Haynes, the Elva, a time of 47.12. I think on the hill at the moment we have Charles Reynolds. He's a lovely guy, isn't he?
He is, really.
Yeah.
A remarkable career in motorsport too.
I got him together with one of the old Talbot team managers around a table for a meal a few years ago before we come here on a Friday night. It was one of the most entertaining nights, and thankfully nothing that was libellous that I could work out.
The thing with Charles, you can sit down with Charles and never talk about the same aspect of motorsport. He'll always have something new to tell you about what he's done. To share it, which is even nicer. And of course, always very courteous and discreet. So yes,
a very good author. I think he wrote a book on the Wilkes Ford Escorts, I believe.
Oh, I don't know that side.
Or building the Ford Escorts.
Okay.
Because then he worked at Borum years ago for the Ford Motor Company.
He's an absolute font of knowledge on rallying. Yes.
So moving on, car 81, Richard Ashford, a time of 48.76, and Charles Reynolds, who we were just talking about, done a time of 48.04. So now we're into the Allards. So just a few cars to go in this class. We have on the hill at the moment number 84, Christopher Pring in the Allard J2, followed up by Ben Stevens in the Allard P1 Fastback, which he said was vandalised many years ago, and they built a fastback body on it, and that will be followed by Joe Clegg with the Allard K2, and that will be the last in this batch, and then we go back to talking 500 Owners Association and cars.
Just to bring you up to date a little bit with the 500 Club, just if you don't know about the club as to what we do, we still have a very, very full calendar of hill climbing and circuit events throughout the year, probably starting normally around mid-April, going through to the end of October. We probably have about 25 to 30 events per year on the circuit racing side. This year we're going for a bit of a bash in Holland. Really, really good time. We're a very friendly club that everyone tries to help each other and always do, and it's a remarkable club for young and old to join. So if you fancy a bit of a start in classic racing with cars that are now approaching their 80th year, you're very welcome, and some people too.
I'm sure you've got a very good healthy following of younger members as well, cars to the Freud Kaiser wagon.
Yes.
Yeah. Now there's a machine that, if you can say it, you're doing well. I think I pronounced it wrong anyway.
Well, we're very fortunate to have Steve Lister here today, who was very much involved in that recreation, and I'm sure he'd be a very interesting person to talk about that car in particular. Yeah, a superb history, very interwoven of family events and mechanical wonder, but he'd be a good guy to talk to. I won't say any more on that because no need.
No, because the Fries were the chocolate people from the Bristol area, and there was several of them who got involved in motorsport and speed events many years ago. So thank you, Nigel, for that. Thanks for popping in, having a chat, giving us a bit of background.
My pleasure, Dave. My wife's outside trying to distract me and make me giggle, so it's a good time for me to say cheerio, Dave, and thank you very much indeed for the opportunity. Very much enjoyed it. Anytime.
Thank you for that, Nigel. Anybody who missed that, because I think he may have been bled over by the Paddock mic, he was just saying his wife was telling him it's time for lunch or something. I'm sure that's what she was gesticulating at him. She's now taking his photo through the window. He's put the microphone down quickly. Thank you for that.
Thank you for that. Before you do that, give him a fighting chance, but yeah, no problem at all. No problem.
Just looking back through those times in Class 7, and car number 179 is leading the class with a time of 47.12, and car 80, Charles Reynolds, a time of 48.04, followed by Richard Ashford with a time of 48.76. So that's the top three in Class 7. And Class 6, speed-wise, or time-wise I should say, the fastest run at the moment is number 72, Tom Waterfield, followed by, on a time of 47.81, followed by Alistair Dent on 50.1, and Fraser Dean on 50.95, and Richard Robarts 51.25. Then the two Dents, John and Mark Dent, on 51.41 and 52.18 respectively. In the Austin 7 class, at the top of the leaderboard at the moment is David Furnell with a fastest run of 60.03. Then Rick Pearman on 61.67, and Inge van Vertel with Green P of a time of 63.34. So that's the top three in the Austin 7s. Just having a look at the live stream now. Anybody who's looking at home, I see Toby Lamacraft has just commented. and he's saying, isn't it lovely to see all these cars going up the hill, especially with the lovely weather? And he's so right. So there's car 64, which failed at Martini, now being towed back in. He'd go back to his parking space. So obviously if everybody could keep the Paddock return road clear, that would be wonderful, thank you. So a few of you at home making comments on the live stream, thank you very much for that. You are right, it's a glorious day down here at Wiscombe. The beautiful old cars and the lovely venue. You walk around here and you realise just what a beautiful place it is to come for motorsport. It's even nicer when there's no cars here and it's peaceful and you hear the birds singing and that sort of thing, but we're here for the cars, and the motorcycles of course. So if you're into the older cars, remember the Vintage Sports Car Club are here tomorrow. The 500 Owners Association are putting on this lovely display of cars for us today, and their competitors. So obviously if you get home or you get up in the morning, it's a nice sunny day and you think, what should we do? Let's go to Wiscombe. That would be the ideal thing to do. So our next batch of cars will be the more racing car classes, and there'll be some interesting cars coming in amongst that. There's the Radical Club Sport, the Ginetta, the OMS, the Pilbeam, and finally a Morgan Supersports. So the next batch of cars just about to get ready to come out. We just got to get these cars back into the paddock. Unfortunately, as they don't have a parking brake, if they have to stop, the cars cannot actually regain traction and move, so you can't do a hill start with one, so to speak. Nice little comment there on the live stream. Anybody who's watching it, you can see it in the bar. There's a live stream television screen up there. Max B saying thank you all for putting this event on for us. And I think we'd all like to echo that to all the organisers and everybody involved with the 500 Owners Association, all the marshals, everybody from Wiscombe Limited who put so much work in to get the venue up together. And to be able to come down here and enjoy a nice, warm, sunny Wiscombe. It's a wonderful thing to have, instead of all those rainy ones. Heading for the line now is Paul Davies with the Radical Club Sport, motorcycle engined racing car. And he'll be lining it up down there, looking for the best line to leave across the bridge in a straight line. That's not David Turl, sorry. as Paul gets away, leaves the line, and has a launch time of 2.59 seconds, so a very rapid launch time there. I see the Janetta pulling off to one side down by the start line, so he must have a bit of an issue. And next down after that is Ben Wheeler in that beautiful racing car of his, the Ben, a former fastest time of day winner here over the years, his Empire EV02. I couldn't remember which model it was then, hence the pause. But Ben just about to leave the start. Local man. Does a lot of computer type stuff. Last weekend, used to be able to get here. Very rapid car, very nice sounding, going out across the front of the house there. He'll be followed by Andrew McDonald in his Beck MG. This is a car that Andrew has got built up over a period of time. It has an MG 1800 MGB engine in it. Built to enjoy motorsport at a more leisurely pace with a nice feel to it. And right behind him is Andrew Forsyth. Andrew being the man to catch today now. So let's have a look at some times as they come in. So number 89, Ben Wheeler, 37.47. Car 87, Paul Davies, 44.01. So let's see what Andrew does as he leaves the start line, gets the power down on that OMS. Very rapid gear changes, being a motorcycle gearbox. Braking for the gate. Andrew very much got the measure of Wiscombe over the years, been coming here, part of the Forsyth Hillclimb family. His father, John, is a hill climber here for many years. And Andrew's now at Sawbench, around Sawbench, getting the power down, going up Castle Straight. As he heads towards Martini and the finish line, we will see what time he does. As Rod Thorne leaves the start line. So, car 90, which was Andrew McDonald, has done a 59.59. And Andrew Forsyth in the OMS, car 91, has done a 36.44. So he's out there to set the world alight today. Rodney in that lovely Killbeam sports racer, just round in Sawbench, getting the power down, that lovely big V8 engine in it. As he'll be hard on the brakes now, turns it into Martini, gets around the corner at the same time as Peter Reed leaves the start line. So Rodney's just done a 38.78. 38.78. So the Ford Fiesta now of Arnold Torto down at the start line. This is a 1600cc historic rally car. So out for a bit of fun in the Fiesta. Just leaving the start now. As we watch Peter Reed go around Sawbench hairpin. Straight as anything, going up through the Castle Straight, heading up to the finish. And around the finish, over the finish line, and it records a time of 43.30, so a very respectable time there. So now we have a couple of 500 cars that were red flagged on their timed runs, just taking their reruns now. Number 94 still on the hill, that is Arnold Torto in the Ford Fiesta. He's followed by number 65, which is Finley McIntosh in the Cooper. And 66, which is Max McIntosh in the other Cooper. So, just looking back now, number 94, Arnold Torto has got to the top in a time of 53.03. We have number 97 lining up on the line now, which is Anthony Quinn in the Morgan Supersports. This is a 1933 car, so 90 years old this year. and still being used competitively. Car 65 has just got to the top. That's Finley McIntosh in a time of 47.93. Just waiting for the time for car 66 to come in now. And here it is, 48.67. So that's car 65 47.63 on their rerun and 66 48.67 on their rerun. So the course vehicle is now heading up the hill to bring that batch back. We still have car 97 on the hill, which is Anthony Quinn in the Morgan Super Sport. Anthony Quinn, number 97, scored a time of 56.89, and Stuart Rose is on the hill at the moment, car number 55, just waiting for him to cross the finish. And he's just getting to Martini now, turning in and bringing it around the corner. A time of 61.66. So that's all the car entry up for their first timed runs of the afternoon. We now move over to motorcycles in a minute, and we'll have a look to see what we've got amongst them. So we start with the 100 to 250 class, which is Patrick Evans. He's got a KTM, a 250cc KTM. And then we move to the 250 to 350 class, or 251 to 350 class, which the holder of the record is Paul Jeffrey with a time of 42.6. And Andy Rayner is there with his Yamaha YZ. And Anthony Isaacs in the Velocette 350. So just looking at the times for Class 9, the leader of the class is Ben Wheeler in the Evo, and a time of 37.47, and then that's the Empire Evo, I should say, and then Paul Davies with a time of 44.01, and James Turl in a 46.69. In the Allards, in Class 8, Christopher Pring is leading with a time of 54.36, with Joe Clegg second on 66.62, and Ben Stevens on 72.54. So if I could remind you that there's a vehicle being towed back up through the paddock, if I could ask you to stand back to make sure there's plenty of room for it to come through.
Or in, whichever way you want to do it. They're going to start clarifying whether it's out or in with their
And also the racing cars that are returning obviously haven't got any means of stopping on the hill, so if we could just ensure they have a clear passage back, thank you. So on the overall times at present, top of the leaderboard is Andrew Forsyth in the OMS on a time of 36.44, and Ben Wheeler is lying second with a time of 37.47. Rod Thorne in that thundering great Pilbeam, wonderful sounding car, at a time of 38.78, and then Steve Hill in his Caterham with a time of 42.72. So that's the top four, and number 5 is Peter Eade, 43.3, and Gary Dawkins has sneaked that Lotus Exige in there at 43.55. So very, very quick top 6 cars there. 4, Patrick Evans is down there on the start line now as he goes away from the start. Leans it over to get around Wiz corner. Little 250cc KTM, but rapid at the same time. Rounding Martini at the top of the hill now as the next one gets away. Next one on the line, number 316, or just left the line, Andy Rayner, will be followed by Ant Isaac on that beautiful old Vela set of his. Rounding Wiz corner, and away off up the hill he goes. As we look up the hill to see Andy Rayner just rounding Sawbench and heading up the Castle Straight towards Martini in the finish line. So braking hard to come around Martini, comes around over the finish, and we have a finish time of 53.99. Patrick Evans having done a 45.93. So Ant Isaac on the hill, number 365, followed by number 7, Callum Short. So Ant got to the top in 60.64. And Callum Short is now just rounding the finish. And let's have a look, see what he's doing. He's on a time of 44 seconds exactly. So Callum Short on a time of 44 seconds exactly. Richard Boker down there on the start line now, waiting to go, number 511. No, Richard, I apologise, is actually at the top of the hill now on time of 46.26. It was so fast I didn't see him. So there we are. Having just left the line now is 551, which is Reg Davis. Reg comes down and helps with the working parties down here in the off season. Keeps the hill up together. And Richard Thorne, who's just gone up on his Suzuki, his 450 Suzuki, number 547. Very good ride at a time of 50.71, 50.71. Rich Davis made it to the top on a time of 52.67. That's 52.67. That's motorcycle number 551. And then moving on, number 553 is on the hill, which is Richard Peaty from Froome. Richard's nearing the top of the hill. He's just gone round over the finish at a time of 45.10. Quite a quick time there from Richard. Peter Isaac, the old chap who looks after us all down here, is the head of Wiscombe Limited, is on the hill now. He's the MD of Wiscombe Limited, and that's Peter Isaac on number 561, his 500cc Velaset. He's just rounded Martini, and he's got a time of 56.51, so 561, got 5651. There we are. 587 on the hill now. That's from Stephen Butler, the Suzuki. Stephen from Paynton, 450 Suzuki. And he's just got up there in 46.51. Keith Haynes on the Aprilia, up from Weymouth. This is a 500 Aprilia, just going over the finish line now, and a time of 46.76. We look back down the track, and then bike number 591 is out there now, which isn't in my list, unfortunately, but heading towards the top now. As off the line goes Paul Jeffrey. Paul, the reigning hill climb champion for the motorcycles. It's KTM 638cc from West Yelland. And Mike Tilley is up the top of the hill in a time of 45.77. 45.77. That's motorcycle number 598. Motorcycle number 5, just getting to the top now. With a time of 44.65. 44.65. As on the hill we have Peter Short, number 6, from Bideford. Just going through the gate now. Quite committed ride this, I can see him leaning over at quite wild angles. Very entertaining to watch these motorcyclists. Into saw bench, around the outside saw bench, and gets the power on and heads up Castle Straight, gets it over to the right hand side, ready for the turn into Martini. And Peter's time 43.4. 43.4. Chris Keats from Wellington out there now on his KTM as well. Had quite a good launch of 2.82 seconds. Over the finish in 45.33. 45.33. Josh Williams up there on his Suzuki 763, just coming into the top hairpin now. Around over the finish, and records a time of 53.02. Tommy Hodges, number 777, again a long-standing member of the motorcycle fraternity down here. Often see Tommy competing, have done for many years. Let's see where he is. Going through the S's now. And Tommy's done a 42.21. 42.21. He's being followed by number 9, Stu Mills. He's obviously used to delivering the first class posts. He's getting a bit of a hurry on here. This is our postman from down there at Ivy Bridge. So let's see what Stu's doing. As we see, Mark Short went up, number 700, time of 44.61. Stu got on with it. A 45.05. Well done. 45.05. So Peter Ford on the hill at present, chasing after 826, which is David Norris. So the last of the solo motorcycles now just leaving the start line as well, which is number 871, which is Mark Williams. They'll be followed then by the motorcycle outfits. So the first of those being Nigel and Kirsty Glover, or Tigger and Hedgehog as I'm told they're affectionately known. There they are, just leaving the start line now in their 750cc Triton. And safely around Wiz Corner and heading on up across Bunnies. They will be followed by Simon and Jane Foster. Lovely couple whose, as I said earlier, their auntie was Carol Foster, who is very heavily involved with the 500 Owners Association and put a lot of effort into getting this event up and running and really enjoying what they do. So just a few times that I've got here for you now, and number 817, which is Marcus Bisson, has done a 44.14 over from Jersey. Number 819, Matthew Mogridge, Mog as we all call him, down from Taunton, 43.79. David Norris, 44.56. Peter Ford, 46.91. Mark Williams, 45.75. Then the first of the motorcycle outfits, Nigel and Kirsty Glover, a 16.69, a 60.69. And then Simon and Jane Foster, a time of 48.77. And just waiting for Kevin and Sarah Jules' time to come in. Any moment now, as they just round Sawbench. Heading up the straight then to Martini, turning into Martini. Yeah, on the brakes now, and turning it in, around they go, and over the finish line to record a time of 56.87.
Record the time of 56.87.
So that concludes the motorcycle entry. The marshals on the hill now will be replacing the reflective marker posts back into their places, ready for the cars to run. We have to remove the marker posts because obviously the motorcyclists get over at quite an angle, and the last thing you want to do is have one of them hit the marker posts as they go around the corner. So the cars are waiting now on the start line. We have two cars down at present. We have the Morgan, which is number 125, and then we will have behind that, which is James Dean, by the way, and we have number 128, which is Greg Lerigio. Morgan is away up the hill. Morgan is away up the hill now, closely followed by the Riley, and very shortly we will bring those all back down, and we will recommence with the afternoon runs, the second time run for the day. So going through the motorcycle entry and the top 5 class positions for the Z500s. We have Paul Jeffrey on 41.76, Tommy Hodges on 42.21, Peter Short on 43.40, Mark Short on 44.61, and Guy Urso on 44.65. Guy being the one who's running at number 5 that I didn't have notes on, but I now do. And the positions for the 750 class, leading the class at the moment is Matthew Mogridge on a 43.79, followed by Marcus Bisson on 44.14, Dave Norris on 44.56, Stu Mills on 45.05, and Mark Williams on 45.75. In the sidecars or outfits, we have Simon and Jane Foster on 48.77 leading the class, with Kevin and Sarah Jewell on 56.87 and Nigel and Kirsty Glover on 60.69. So the motorcycles are returning. If I could ask everybody to stay clear of the return road so that they can get back into their area for parking up. Again, if anybody's watching the live stream from home, I hope you're enjoying your afternoon with us. It's lovely here at Wiscombe, the sun shining as you can see, and a truly glorious day. The course vehicle now reappearing. Shortly be back into position. When that's back into position, we will start again with the second time runs for the afternoon. And number 1 car, Steve Hill, coming down towards the start now. That's the Caterham. Steve from Taunton. He's a bit of a car fanatic. He very much into classic cars over the years. One of his other cars that he occasionally comes out and competes in is an Austin A35. So quite a different end of the spectrum to this Caterham he's in today. He's warming his tyres down there now, so that when he gets to the start line, they're nice and clean, and they got a little bit of warmth in them to help them get extra traction off the line. So having done a 42.72 last time up, I know that Steve will be trying hard to beat that. As away from the line he goes, turns it into Wiz, gets the power down. So 42.72 being his time he would be wanting to beat. As off the line goes the MG ZR of Chris Bryant, 1400cc car this, heading up across the park there. Very, very economic car to buy and prepare and run. You could buy a lot worse than to buy an MG ZR. Of course, the designer of it, Peter Stevens, also designed the McLaren F1, so quite a bit of kudos in it. And of course the Lotus Lotus Esprit. So Steve got to the top in 43.48, so slightly slower than his previous run. The Daihatsu Copen heading across now of Simon Dodwell, soon to be followed by the lovely Lotus Exige of Gary Dawkins. As Chris gets to the top, Chris Bryant in the MG ZR, number 2, gets to the top in a time of 48.79 as we hear Gary blasting across the front of the house here. Shane Currell in the Mini has gone up in a time of 50.93. Simon Dodwell having scored a time of 52.88 in the Daihatsu Copen. Line, we look up to see that Gary Dawkins done a time of 44 seconds exactly, which is a wee bit slower than his previous time of 43.55. Trevor Parsons leaving the start now. Trevor in his Caterham. Landscape gardener from the Taunton area. So he claims to be an influencer, but I'm not sure what he influences or who. I didn't like to ask him too much. As the Volvo 544 leaves the start line of David Jameson. Very rare car these. Used to be rallied a lot in the early 60s, late 50s, early 60s. Volvo was a very strong competitor in rallying. And the Seat Leon Cooper is down there lining up on the start. That's Graham Ramsey getting ready to go now. And Trevor Parsons done a time of 47.37. All three of those are a little bit slower than their earlier time. John Hill having done a time of 48.02.
John Hill having done a time of 48.02.
The Volvo having just cleared the finish now. Let's see what time he's done. 62.55. That's 62.55 for the Volvo of David Jameson. The Seat Leon Cupra down there on the start line at the moment, waiting to start, and I see the marshals are doing a bit of sweeping up on Martini, so there'll be a small delay now while they do that. They're out there sweeping up, tidying up, keeping an eye on all the competitors and the cars and all sorts of things around them up there. They are the eyes and the ears of the clerk of the course, really, who's sat in the control caravan, making sure that everything works as per plan. He has several variations of plan, but as per plan. It looks like the marshals are heading back to the post now, so as soon as they're back on post, the red flags will come in if they're out, or if it's just on a hold, which they can do over the radio, which it looks like it is, and the Seat Cupra is away. So that's number 14, Graham Ramsey, heading off across in front of the house here in that lovely Seat. Be followed by Barry Carter in his Mazda MX-5. Barry is more often seen in an MG of some sort, an MGA or something similar, but obviously gone Mazda today. We're waiting for the time to come in now for Graham Ramsey as he gets towards the top of the hill. He rounds Martini, goes through the timing beam and records a time of 54.33. Just as number 22 pulls away, that's James Water in the Morgan +4. That'll be followed by David Gibson in the Ginetta G4. Just lining up down there now, the silver Ginetta, and away he goes. This has got a Ford Z-Tech engine in it. The ex-Roger Coote car, and Roger said, I'd said this morning that David was having a lot of fun in it, and he said, not so much fun as I had because I was faster than him, but then he is older. Now the BMW of Nick Davies, BMW 330D, so it's diesel estate, out having a bit of fun, massive amounts of torque from these engines. So number 17 heading on up the hill. Meanwhile, looking back, car 22, James Water, recorded a time of 58.01, and car 15, Barry Carter, done a 61.53. Roger Hodgson leaving the start in his MGTF. Should have been the MGA, but he's changing the carburetors on it and had a fueling issue this week, so he's decided that he would bring the TF out instead. David Gibson's just got to the top of the hill in that Ginetta on a time of 49.74. 49.74. Adam Holland in the Mini R50 on the way up the hill now as we look towards the top of the hill, and we look for the time for number 18, which is Roger Hodgson in the MGTF as he's on the approach to Martini now, as the Mini goes through the gate and the rumbling TR-V8 of Larry Jenham-Croft leaves the start line. Larry did start building a TR4 many years ago, which wasn't difficult, but it had a jet engine in it. So a small jet engine Triumph TR4. It never actually, it did run, but it never got to use it. So Roger Hodgson got to the top in a time of 54.36. Nick Davies in the BMW had a 53.14. And Adam Holland in the Mini R50, a time of 51.13. Just moving into the Morgans now. Car 20, Larry Jenham Croft, 49.61. The Julian Webb, Chris Smith TR3A not here this afternoon. Had a little problem first thing this morning. So we're straight on to car number 23, and that is Alan Foster in the Morgan +8, the green Morgan +8, which is up the hill now. And Alan has done a time of 51.25. James Andrews on the hill, number 24, also in the Morgan. And he will be bringing in a time in a few moments. Just heading up now towards Martini. Hard on the brakes. And then turn it in. Quite a tight line around the corner. Let's see what he's done. So car 24 has done a time of 68.47. Georgina Dean on the hill at the moment, just getting to the top of the hill in that lovely red Morgan +8. And a time of 50.75, 50.75. Car 26 just down there on the start line now. It looks like they may be pushing it back. It may have an issue, so just pushing it back onto the grass so that car 27, Philip Copeland, can take his run. So a bit of activity around the car down there, just off the start line. I imagine some form of mechanical issue, so the marshal's just watching on while the driver tries to sort out what's going on. As off the start goes number 27, that's Philip Copeland in the Morgan +8. We then have David Morley in the Riley 9 Special lining up. He's just going up. This is a double driven car, so it'll go up now and then it will come back in the next batch and be immediately ready for the next driver, the shared driver, to do their run in it. Hans van Vertel is here with number 148. He's now actually going up for his run. That again, a double-driven car, the Lagonda Rapier. So that car's now on its way up the hill. Let's have a look for some times. So car 25, Georgina Dean, done a 50.75. Car 27, Philip Copeland, a time of 50.34. And now they've got the other car back up and running, number 26, which is Howard Burton, and he's just left the line heading up the hill. That concludes that batch. As I say that, the time comes in for number 129, Dave Morley in the Riley 9 Special of 58.28. And just one more time to come in on the double-driven cars, and then the Morgan. So we're just waiting for the double-driven car to get to the top of the hill, and it's turning in around the corner, and that's Hans van Vertel and he has a time of 61.57, 61.57, with just the Morgan that's on the hill, number 26, to come in a time which is Howard Burton, and he's approaching the top of the hill now, rounding the corner. And car 26 recorded a time of 54:04. 54:04.
54:04. 54:04.
So a message from the Clark's Caravan. They have had something handed into them. It says Hornet 200 on it. If anybody knows something that they've lost with Hornet 200 on, if they can actually go across and identify what it is to the Clarks in the Strode Sound lorry, immediately behind the Portaloo on the Paddock exit or below the Paddock exit, they will try to reunite you with it.
They will try to reunite you with it.
So at the end of that batch of vehicles, the class or positions for class class 1, the top 5 class positions, I'll get it right in a moment. First of all, leading the class at a time of 42.72 is Steve Hill. Second in class at the moment is Gary Dawkins with a 43.55. Trevor Parsons with a 46.45, and Julian Rinaldi with a time of 47.18, and bringing up the rear, the top 5, John Hill on 48.02. So I've now been joined in the commentary here with by a very, very important gentleman, Mr. Peter Isaac. Peter is the MD of Wiscombe Limited. Peter, what a glorious turnout for the venue today, isn't it?
Yes, it is, David. Yes, it's a perfect day, isn't it? Absolutely perfect and lovely. All these various cars and and we've got a few bikes, and I've just booked myself a ride on a 1910 tricycle tomorrow morning.
Will there be photographs of this?
Well, I've got a feeling there might be, yes. Just around the house forecourt, part of the vintage celebration tomorrow.
So this is a 1909 tricycle, you say?
1910, I think. Well, I got a choice of a 1910 or a 1903. They're rather nice, they are, yeah. Nothing new. They've got epicyclic gears on them. Marvellous, actually. It's quite incredible, really. Nothing new in this world.
So you've been competing today on your Veloset. You've still got one more run to do. Are you enjoying your day? It's such a change to see you actually out on the bike as opposed to rushing around, emptying rubbish bins, topping up toilet roll papers and all that sort of thing, which you, even as MD of Wiscombe Limited, you actually go and do these things, don't you, just to keep the venue and the event up together?
Yes, we do. I'm not competing today, Dave. I'm participating.
Oh, yeah, of course. That's the difference between going fast and you, isn't it, really?
Yes, I just didn't have a nice little ride. Anthony's just coming down on our other Veloset, from the top paddock. But yes, it's very, very pleasant, enjoying it. But we've been doing the toilet rolls and the toilet executive duties, yeah, all of that, yeah. And the bins have got to be done as soon as I get out the leathers and so on. Yes, never stops, Dave.
It never does, and I have to say how grateful everybody is to the work that goes in between events to keep the venue up together. There is a lot of work that goes on, isn't there? It's not just all eating donuts, is it?
Well, nearly, but nearly, but no, it's relentless. You know, you just look round the vista here. I mean, it's such huge amounts of foliage, as you know, and up to it, it's showing sort of signs of wear, a little bit of wear here and there. We might have to take some remedial action on that. But yes, it's good. Everybody seems to enjoy it, especially on a day like this. It's lovely, yeah.
Well, thank you for taking the time to pop in, Pete. Best wishes to everybody at Wiscombe for all what they do, and let's hope that we continue to have sunny Wiscombes this year. It'd be lovely, wouldn't it?
Yes, there's certainly the next one, Dave, the National in end of July. We certainly do. Yes, and thank you for the ice cream lunchtime. That was very kind of you.
I even paid for it out of my own pocket, Pete.
I suppose you want something back for it, do you?
Well, no, you mention it. Anyway, thanks for coming in, Pete, and enjoy your last run of the afternoon on the bike, and let's hope for a lovely weekend to continue like this.
I hope so, Dave. Yes, it should. Yeah, hopefully tomorrow will be equally as nice, and it'll be certainly different. And yeah, it's lovely, different type of motorsport today and tomorrow, isn't it? It's lovely. Doing a grand job. You're doing a grand job on the commentary.
Yeah, you want to borrow something now? Hey, you're not getting another ice cream.
Now you say that.
Right, thanks for Pete. That's Pete just popped in. He's going off now to try and measure his inside leg to see whether or not he can get over the crossbar of this bicycle he's going to ride tomorrow. So on the hill now we have number 30. This is Simon Kellaway, the pole dancer from the Devon area, and is Riley Sprite. Soon to be followed by Sarah, his good lady, and she's equally as quick as Simon, also in a Riley Sprite. These cars are quite unique, and they have a pre-selected gearbox, and it is something you have to learn to drive. You sort of... Julian Rinaldi. So cars going up now, and car 30 scored a time of 52.81. So a quick chat there with Julian Rinaldi, who should have been in the last batch, running at number 4 in his Fiesta, and unfortunately he couldn't take another run because he broke a drive shaft, and as he went over the finish line up at Martini, he coasted over having broke the shaft, accelerating out of the corner, and still recorded a time of 47.18 and finished 4th in class, so he's not displeased with it. So anyway, getting back to what we have on the hill now, car 31, Sarah Kellaway, done time of 61.42. Michael James in the Riley 12.4 Cotton Special has just done a 47.67. And the Riley number 34 that's on the hill at the moment, the 1935 GT Sprite, belongs to, I think it's Tomo Swaney. He's a VSCC member, and he's come all the way over from Germany to be with us today. It's his first ever Wiscombe, and when I was talking to him about it, he said he's thoroughly enjoying it. What a lovely venue. And got to the top, car 34 in 58.10, 58.10. Christopher Donham in the Riley Oster Imp replica has just made it to the top of the hill with a time of 53.25. 53.25. And you look at the selection of the cars coming down the funnel now, and there's some really gorgeous stuff in amongst it. We have the Bugatti, we have the Bentley, we have the AC. So all starting to line up, and a lovely Alvis amongst it as well. As across in front of the house goes James Morland in the MG L1. This is a 1089cc car, only a little car from 1933. As Anthony Norton in the Alvis 1250 leaves the start. We have Rod Briggs in that beautiful AC 1690. Rod's owned this car for a number of years, so I used to see him in Somerton driving around in it years ago, and always beautifully turned out. Andrew Oliver in car number 29 got to the top of the hill in a time of 59.34. Car 28, Barbara Larigio, got to the top of the hill in a time of 67.21. Car 33, Christopher Downham, went up with a Riley Oster implement replica with a time of 53.25. Car 35, which is at the top of their paddock there now, James Morland in the MG L1, a time of 63.29. Car 36, Anthony Norton in that lovely Alvis, a time of 59.88. Waiting for Rod Briggs' time to come in, the AC, number 37. And a time of 62.75 for Rod. David McRobert in the Bentley is on his way up the hill now. Going through the upper S's, heading towards Sawbench Corner. Around Sawbench and along Castle Straight towards Martini. As Edmund Burgess leaves the start line in the Bugatti with a squeal of the tyres, and away he goes across the park. I saw Edmund last year at the Rally Prescott, which was run in the dark, and he was doing it in his other Bugatti, and his lighting arrangement, apart from the two very, very elderly Bugatti headlights, was a very nice and very powerful bicycle light, but it was enough for him to be able to see where he was going and enjoy his evening. So car 116, the double-driven Ginetta, got to the top in a time of 52.09. Car 40, Edmund Burgess, 48.66. 48.66. Gary Clare in Granny, the Jap-engined racing car. Almost at the top of the hill now, rounding Martini, accelerating over the finish line to record a time of 55.29. So Tom Golland is on the hill at present, number 45 in his Morgan. This is a Morgan 3-wheeler Aero, 1100cc engine. As away from the line down here, we have number 47, which is William Irvine in the Alvis 1250. This one with a more complete body than the one we saw previously. As number 48, Annette Van Vertel comes down with a Lagonda Rapier to line up ready for her start. And Annette leaves the start line. And we look towards the finish now to see car 45 done, which is Tom Golland in the Morgan three-wheeler. He done a 65. Andrew Massant, he's just done a 64.79, so slightly faster. As the lovely Humphrey ERA leaves the line down there. Beautiful sounding car, and David says he feels really honoured to be able to drive such a beautiful car. So looking back towards the start line now, we have the Austin 7 Green Pea Special, which is Inga Van Vertel, and that car is a scaled down replica of an ERA. And very beautiful is done too. So go and have a look at it if you're in the paddock. It's here tomorrow as well. So we have mother, father and daughter all competing. It's wonderful. So William Irving in the other Alvis 1250 done at a time of 59.22. That's car 47. Car 48, and that's Van Vertel, has done a 64 seconds. And David Morris in Humphrey, the ERA B type, has just done a time of 49.31. As Inga rounds the top of the corner into the finish line and records a time of 55.45. Sorry, that's Gary Caroline's time, 55.45. Sorry, that's Gary Caroline. The number 50, Inga, was 61.23. As number 53, Vicky Sly, leaves the start in that lovely red Austin 7 Ulster. Beautiful little car. Looking really nice going across the front of the house here, the sun glistening off of it. As Rick Pearmain in the Austin 7 Special leaves the start line, we look back at Broken Hill. We can see the red car, the Austin 7 Ulster of Vicky Sly, going through the S's at the moment, just heading up to Sawbench Corner. And around Sawbench and up the straight towards Martini. As off the line goes at number 55, which is Stuart Rose in the Austin 7 Curfew Special.
Number 55 is Stuart Rose in the Austin 7 Curfew Special.
So we look back to the finish and car 53. So car 53, Vicky Sly, just got to the top in a time of 73.66. Rick Pearmain having just got to the top in 59.75. That's 59.75. We now have Mark Haynes on the hill in the Elva 200. This is a 1098cc engine car. This is a double driven car. And car 55, Stuart Rose in the Austin 7 Curfew Special, got to the top in a time of 63.29. And car 56, David Funsdale in the Austin 7 The Toy, a time of 59.94. Mark Haynes having recorded a time of 51.25 in that lovely Elva 200. Being chased by number 159, which is Fraser Dean at Cooper Mark 9 500cc from 1955. And let's see what time he's done. 49.91, I believe.
49.91, I believe.
And the light goes green, and away off the start line goes number 181, the double driven car. This is Ruth Ross. And we look towards the top of the hill, and 159, which was the other double driven car that went up ahead, has done a time of 49.91. So the course car is now heading up to bring. So the classes 6, 7 and 8 just being called out to the paddock now, so only 2 more car batches to go and then we'll be into motorcycles again. But the time for number 159 was 49.91. That's number 159, which is Fraser Dean, and we're now waiting for the time to come in for the next vehicle, which is a time of 58.99 for car number 181. That's 58.99 for Ruth Ross in the Cooper. So they now bring that line of cars back down, and once they're back down here, we will get the racing car classes going up next, ready, and we will have I think there's 2 more batches before the motorcycles too. So the top 5 positions in class for class 3, leading. So the top 5 class positions for class 3 is number 40, Edmund Burgess, with a time of 48.66. Second in class, David Morris, with a time of 49.31. Third in class, Gary Caroline, with a time of 53.99. Fourth in class, Gary Kerr, with a time of 55.29. And 47, William Irvine, with a time of 59.22 in 5th place. In the Rileys, for class 2, Michael James leads the class on 47.67. Simon Kellaway is next in class on 52.81. Greg Larigio on 53.18. Christopher Downham on 53.25 and Tolomo Voigt on 58.01. In the Morgan classes, we have leading the class, this is class 1A, is James Dean on 49.43. Then Philip Cowplan on 50.34. Georgina Dean on 50.75. Alan Foster on 51.25. And fifth in the class, Howard Burson on 54.04. Class 4, the top 5 positions, Rick Pearmain on 59.75 and David Furnell on 59.94, Ing van Vertel on 61.23, Stuart Rose on 61.66 and 5th in the class, Graham Beckett on 63.71. So the Clark's vehicle is just gone back into position down on the corner at Wiz Corner, and we will be expecting the next batch of cars to come out and join us. So heading to the line now is Richard Robarts in the Cooper Mark 11. This is the Class 6 500 Owners Association Racing Cars 1945 to 1960. And away from the line he goes, having a launch time of 2.7 seconds. And when you compare that as you go across all the different competitors in the class, that's quite a quick time. Looking at the last couple of classes we had, nothing in less than 3 seconds, so that's quite good. Followed by Vic Dean in that lovely Cooper Mark 9 there now. Towards the top of the hill, and Richard Robarts is heading now up towards Martini to turn in for the last corner on his second time run this afternoon, and the back end steps out a little bit, but he just powers it round and over the line in a time of 50.10. Vic Dean being on the hill at the moment, closely followed by John Dent in number 60. So that's Vic Dean in 59 and John Dent in number 60. Alistair Dent in the Hornet is lining up on the start line at number 61. As we look towards the top of the hill, number 59 got to the top of the hill, Vic Dean, in a time of 52.87. Number 60, John Dent, just heading right at the top there, round Martini now, nice and neat and tidy, and a time of 51.96, 51.96. As Mark Dent in the Cooper Mark 6 heads across in front of the house, up to over Bunny's Leap, through the gate into the S's, flying through the S's there now. And we see Dominic Bishop leaves the start line in his Cooper, number 63. Watching Martini now as number 62 comes up, turns it in, nicely around, kept the power on and over the finish line. To record a time of 51.06. Dominic Bishop having gone up in 56.22, 56.22. And the marshals are doing a bit of sweeping up at Martini at the moment, so there'll be a short hold while they're doing that. They're able to liaise directly with the course control, and the course control can hold the next vehicle on the line so that it doesn't have to go up, and they can do a little bit of sweeping and tidying up as they need up near the top of the hill. Obviously a bit of gravel's been pulled out on the road where one of the cars has gone around there and got a bit close to the curb. So the marshal's working hard up there today. The ones out in the sunshine, I do feel a bit for you today because it has been a hot, relentless day, whereas the ones under the trees have got a little bit of shade just to help them with the day. But so the marshals won't be long now. They're just heading back. One's heading back to the post and the other one's just sweeping it into the side there. As soon as they're back on the post, they'll notify the control, and control will restart the next car, which is down by the start line, number 65, which is Finlay McIntosh. Finley gets away. Has a launch time of 2.75 seconds, which is one of the quicker ones that we've seen in actual fact. (1957) Cooper Mark 11, this one. As Max McIntosh leaves the line, and he does a 2.79 launch time. Let's see where he is on the middle split. The middle split for Finley is 23.05. That's up in the middle of the S's. So we'll have a look to see whether or not he's any quicker. He's very slightly slower off the very start, but it could well be that he pulls back a little bit of time. 23.52. So yes, quite a bit quicker off the through the S's there. 8.8. Stuart Barnes with the Smith Mark III just leaving the start line. Hopefully he'll have a better run this time. He had a mechanical issue when he got to Martini last run, so with any luck he'll get to the top with no problems. Look at the green car. Keith. Jonathan Morris in car number 68, the Way 500, has just got to the top in 59.31. Max McIntosh having done a 48.93, 48.93. Andy Rayner just leaving the line now with that Cooper Mark V. And we look back and we find Stuart Barnes has just reached the top with a time of 64.13. 64.13 in the Smith Mark III. So car being pushed back on the line down there now, number 71, which will be Richard Kelly. Obviously got to just push it back, see if they can do a bump start forwards on it, just to restart it. He looks to be going past the car behind him, so it could well be that he's going a bit further up the slope to get a better run up. So Tom Waterfield heading down to the line now, number 72, while the marshals are pushing number 71 back up to try and get him so that he can get it in a position to start it. Looking back on the cars, Charles Reynolds has got to the top with a time of 54.76. Andy Rayner in a 53.96. Andy Rayner having picked up time on the upper part of the course, having a slower launch time and a slower time to the midway split by just over a tenth of a second. So obviously picked up a bit of time to get up around the top. Maybe in a better line around the hairpins, but whatever it was, it's worked for him. Car number 70, a time of 57.01. That's Mike Wood in the Iota, a 57.01.
That's Mike Wood in the Iota, 57.01.
Tom Waterfield now heading towards the gate. In through the gate. Now into the S's, keeping it nice and smooth. Lovely line through the S's there, carrying lots of speed with him. Up to saw bench, onto the brakes, and around the saw bench. Drifted it out a little bit at the back end, but not very much. And heading now to Martini. As across the front of the house here from us, we see car number 71, which is Richard Kelly in the Cooper Mark V. So Tom Waterfield get to the top of the hill in 47.24. Away in a cloud of smoke goes number 75, Robert Burke, Woody Arnott, F3. Off the start, we're in the corner. A little bit maybe is, so obviously not going to be a very, very fast run for him by the looks of it. It may clear, in which case he will pick up speed as he goes. Richard Kelly having done a 58.75, and then number 74, Simon Deadman, behind him having done a time of 56.23.
Just about good and hassle.
Robert Burke having just crossed the finish line now, still smoking quite blue, as if it may be burning a bit of oil. A time of 80.93, so a steady run up, obviously a bit of an issue, I would imagine.
80.93, so a steady run up, obviously a bit of an issue, I would imagine.
Control from Martin. Track is clear.
Okay, thank you.
Mark Riley now in the Squander Bug on the hill. Going across towards Bunnies, up over the slope. Slight kink to the left as he goes past Bunnies, and then onto the brakes for the gate. He's through the gate into the lower S's. We look back to the start line, and we see number 77, Angus Frost in the Cooper. 1951 Cooper, this one, even older than me. Number 78, Simon Frost, lining up on the start line down there now. Building the revs, and away he goes. As we look back at the finish line, and Mark Riley in the Squanderbug has just done a 55.43. That's 55.43. And immediately behind is the Elva 200. And number 79. So number 79 will be Mark Haynes, just leaving the start now. As number 80, Charles Reynolds, heads down to the start. Charles leaves the line and gets a first time of a 2.61 seconds off his launch time. 2.61. So we'll see how he gets on with the run up the hill. Meanwhile, Angus Frost in the Cooper has got to the top in a time of 52.46. Simon Frost has got up to the top in a time of 49.38. And the Elva of Russell Haynes has got to the top in 48.04. We now have the Allards lining up, ready for their run. And Charles Reynolds done a time of 47.98. That's Charles Reynolds in car 80, 47.98. as the Allard P1 Fastback starts to make its way up the hill. This car was vandalised many years ago, and the owners bought it and have just built a body on the back of it in the shape of a Fastback. Sort of thing in period you would have done with a car like that. That's to be followed by the Allard of number 85, which is, sorry, the Allard number 86 of Joe Clegg at the K2. This is a 5,000 or 5.4 litre car heading up the hill. And Richard Ashford is lining up his Cooper Mark IV 1948 down here on the start line. He's waiting for the Allards to get to the top. The fastback Allard having just got up there of Ben Stevens, and that's with a time of 71.79. The other Allard at the moment heading towards Martini, around Martini, and a time coming in of 64.22. So 64.22 for the Allard of number 86, the Allard of Joe Clegg. And away from the line goes number 82, that'll be the last car in this batch, and that's Dave Andrews. So the Cooper Mark 7 of Dave Andrews on the hill at the moment, chasing down car 81, which is Richard Ashford, who's just gone over the finish on a time of 48.57 as the course vehicle goes up now to retrieve that batch. So car 82 has got to the top of the hill in a time of 49.31. 49.31 for car 82, Dave Andrews.
49.31 for car 82, Dave Andrews.
So the top 5 times in Class 6, Tom Waterfield, a time of 47.24, Finley McIntosh, 47.88, Max McIntosh, 48.67, Alistair Dent, 48.99, and Fraser Dean, 49.91. That's the top 5 in Class 6. Moving on to Class 7, And the top 5 times there is number 179 Russell Haynes leading the class on 47.12, Charles Reynolds on 47.98, Richard Ashford on 48.57, Dave Andrews on 49.31 and Simon Frost on 49.38. In the Allard class, the leader of the class, there's only 3 cars in this class, is Christopher Pring on 54.36, followed by Joe Clegg on 64.22 and Ben Stevens on 71.79. We're now moving on to Class 9, the sports and racing cars up to 1300cc, and Class 10, the sports racing cars over 1300cc, and Class 11, the Morgan 3-wheel cars and motorcycles, which are part of the ACU part of the event. So the cars will finish with the last one being probably number 94, subject to any reruns or anything. Just waiting for the course vehicle to return back down the hill. When he gets back in position, we'll be ready to run the next batch of cars. Let's say this contains the more modern racing cars. It's only a small batch, but it won't take very long for them to get out. And the man who's leading it all at the moment is Andrew Forsyth. So he's got a time of 36.44. And having set 2 FTDs last weekend, I think he's going for a hat trick. So let's see how he gets on. So the course vehicle's just getting back into position, and the cars will be readying themselves to come out of the paddock any minute. So coming down first is Paul Davies in the Radical Club Sport. Heading down towards the start. A 1098cc engine, the car, this. Warming his tyres as he goes, ready for the start line. And waiting for the green light. As soon as he gets a green light, he can go at his leisure. He's got green, and away he goes. A launch time of 2.49 seconds. He'll be followed by Ben Wheeler. Ben's in his Empire Evo 2. Getting used to the car now. Glorious looking car. Look, see where we are with the car on the hill. And and Ben's launch time is 2.35, so slightly quicker. As the Radical's making its way up, turning into Martini, around Martini, over the finish line, and a time of 44.25, which is just slightly slower than his previous time of 44.01. Ben Wheeler over the finish in 38.02. So again, slightly slower than his previous run of 37.47. On the hill now is Andrew McDonald in his Beck MG. So he will be heading up there now towards the finish as Andrew Forsyth, the man who is currently holding FTD today, leaves the start line with a launch time of 2.37. Andrew McDonald now rounds Sawbench hairpin, heading to the top. Andrew Forsyth threading that car through the S's. Nice smooth drive. That's I think where Andrew scores. Really smooth drive. Round, lovely line around Sawbench hairpin. Heading up towards the Martini now. Under braking, turns it in, doesn't get in too tight, but he does touch one of the floppy paddles standing up there, the reflector marker post, as Rodney Thorne in that wonderful sounding Pilbing leaves the start. And Andrew's done a 36.56, so again slightly slower than his previous time. I think maybe the track's cooling a little bit, or the engines are running a little bit hotter. But just not quite getting the same times, not bringing their times down from their previous runs, but still a time good enough to keep him in that first overall position of the times of the day. As Peter Reid leaves the start line in Toy House, Westfield, up over Bunny's Leap, hard on the brakes, turns it in to the gate, through the gate, nice and gentle, using the chassis through S's. Can't do some of the work, keeping it smooth. And we look back, and car 92, which is Rodney Thorne, has got to the top in a time of 39.32. So Rodney Thorne 39.32, his previous 38.78. So obviously everybody's time's just a little bit slower on this run. And the Fiesta's on the hill now. This is Ford Fiesta of Arnold Tortel, and it's a 1600 historic rally car. We can have a look. Peter Eade has just got to the top in 42.56. So I believe that's actually the same time as he done last time. So he would be quite happy with that. We now have Anthony Quinn in the Morgan, having just started, heading up. And this will be the last of the car batches. We will now be going into motorcycles after this. So Peter Reid with his 42.56, Arnold Tortel with a 52.05. Just waiting for Anthony Quinn's time to come in. So in Class 9, the top three positions are Ben Wheeler, Paul Davies and James Turrell. So Anthony Quinn at the top in 56.09. So while the cars are coming back down, the marshals will go out and remove the reflective marker posts so that they're not in their position when the motorcycles come down. They're just waiting for the course car to go up past them before they go and do that. The marshal's been out there all day in this heat. The ones under the trees obviously having a bit of shade, but the ones on Bunnies and Gate having to be out, and hopefully they've not got too scorched. So all the marker posts are out now, from what I can see, and we're just, as I say, waiting now for the cars to come back down, and we can then send the final batch of the day, the motorcycles. So the motorcycles are starting to assemble down here now, ready to do their run, and we'll very shortly be underway with those as the cars are coming back. So if I could ask everybody just to make sure that the return road is kept clear for the racing cars to come back, because obviously they have no means of parking brakes and can't actually stop on the hill. So the racing cars are starting to come back now. There's Ben Wheeler going past now, heading back to the paddock, followed by Andrew McDonald and the man who set FTD today, Andrew Forsyth in the green OMS. Give him a cheer and a clap as he comes through the paddock. Make him feel like he's done well, as he has done well. So the course car now reversing back into Wiz Corner as soon as he's in, and the control have been told they will be releasing the motorcycles for the final batch of today. So the first motorcycle is away, number 244, heading round Wiz and up across the front of the house here. That's Patrick Evans on the KTM, down from Worcester Park, hoping to improve on his time from earlier. Andy Rayner on his Yamaha, soon to be followed by Anthony Isaac on his Velocette, the lovely old 350 Velocette. So they're waiting for a green light as we look towards the top of the hill. Patrick Evans has gone up in 46.23. Previous time being 45.93, so like the cars, the bikes are actually putting in slightly slower times now. Andy Rayner having got to the top with a time of 54.55, as off the line down here goes number 7, which is Callum Short in the KTM. or on the KTM rather than in it, I should say. Riding his way up the hill. As Anthony goes around the top corner and over the finish line on the lovely old Velocette, and he gets a time of 61.05. Richard Bowker on the hill now with his Honda 450, as the time comes in for Callum Short of 43.40. So Callum down from Bedford done the 43.40. Richard Thorne on that Suzuki, his father Rod driving the Pilbeam sports race car just now, that lovely big V8 engine car. Richard's only been hill climbing for about 2 to 3 years now, but thoroughly enjoying it. As Reg Davis leaves the line on 551. Reg, who, as I say, comes down and does a lot of the working parties throughout the year down here at Wiscombe during the middle of the week. If anybody's retired and wants to spend a day with like-minded people, I can well recommend it. And you get donuts. Richard Bowker went up in a time of 47.15. Callum Short on 43.40. Richard Thorne having gone up on a time of 50.45. 50.45. Reg got to the top then, 52.24, that's Reg Davies, 52.24. Stephen Butler leaves the line down here. We get the time come in for Richard Peaty. Richard from Froome has done a 47.49. So 47.49. Peter Isaac up there on the hill, who people come and chat to us to earlier, on his Velocette, his 500cc Velocette, and just waiting for his time to come in. He's just got over the line up there. And a time of 58.45. 58.45. Stephen Butler from Paynton on the hill, number 587, just gone over the finish, and a time of 46.88. 46.88. Keith Haynes sat on the start line waiting to go, waiting for a green light. And away he goes. We'll be moving on shortly to the 501 to 750cc class. look to the top of the hill, and Keith Haynes has gone across the finish line at a time of 46.55. Very good time, 46.55. Mike Tilley, Mike from down there at Heathfield, Newton Abbot. Leaving the start line now is Honda. Mike from a biking family, his sister Sam rides sidecars and has actually ridden here on her bike on the hill climbs at different times. And poor Jeffrey just leaving the line, man with number 1 on his bike, obviously the man to watch. And bike number 5, Guy Ursel. Guy just having left the start line now, heading for the hill, up over Bunnies, up towards the gate. Oh, there's a little bit of a wiggle up there at the top of the hill just then, but the bike, the rider kept it all under control. So that was number 1, poor Jeffrey, just trying a little bit too hard. I think he just caught the edge of the track. Still putting a time of 42.37, 42.37. Mike Tilley having done a 45.28. And number 5, Guy Urso on a 44.51. Short on the hill now, heading for the top, arriving at Martini, around Martini, nice line around there, and a time of 43.39. Quite a bit of popping and banging going down there on the start line as the next bike gets away. This is bike number 744 on the hill now, which is Chris Keats. He'll be following number 700, who's already up there, which is Mark Short. And Mark's gone over the finish line with a time of 44.56. Josh Williams in the Suzuki goes up. Josh from Crediton. Chris Keats having done a time of 44.95. 44.95. Josh Williams goes over the finish line with time at 52.48. We look back on the hill and we see number 9 has just left. That's Stu Mills. Stu from Ivy Bridge on his way up over the hill through the gate now. And Tommy Hodges, Tommy down from Taunton, having done a time of 41.81. 41.81. Stu Mills does a time of 45.37, 45.37. Marcus Bisson over from Jersey up on the hill at the present, and just got to the top in 44.67. He's followed by Matthew Mogridge, old Mog, on his way up, and Mog has, where is he now? He must be, there he is, he's on the approach to Martini as I look, and around Martini he goes, accelerates over the line and produces a time of 44.4. Getting towards the end of the solo motorcycles now. We have number 826 up there on the hill at the moment, Dave Norris. He's got a Triumph 76.5cc from Exeter, and Dave is up there approaching Martini very shortly. Dave Norris goes over the line in 45.21. 45.21. Pete Ford from Shepherd Beecham, not far behind him. Up there now. Let's have a look. 864 on 46.92. And we now have the first of our sidecar outfits leaving the line here. Pete Ford gets to the top with a 46.92, and Mark Williams gets to the top with a 45.8. So this Kirsty Glover on the hill, Nigel Glover, followed by Simon and Jane Foster from Stroud in Gloucestershire. So lovely sounding outfit this. Nigel and Kirsty have got to the top in a time of 59.97 as the final motorcycle combination leaves down here to head up the hill, and that is Kevin and Sarah Jewell. They're from Weymouth. They've come down here. They've been great supporters of the events here. Kevin's father used to scrutineer here in the 1960s, so he came here as a child with his father originally. So just waiting to see the times come in. And Simon and Jane Foster in the Honda engined outfit have done a 45.52, that's 45.52. And Sarah and Kevin Jewell have just rounded Silverbench, getting the power down up along Castle Straight to go into the final corner to be the last run of the day. And they're up there on the brakes, they turn it in, bring it around, and over the line they go. And that gives us the conclusion to the meeting today, and their time of 56.80. So if you're still hanging around here after the event finishes and the bar is still open, there's still some catering going, but on behalf of the 500 Owners Association, Wiscombe Park Hillclimb, we would like to thank you all for your attendance today, be you a spectator, a marshal or an official. Thank you all very much. We hope you've had a lovely day and would like to stay for prize giving. Prize giving will be by the Strode Sound lorry in the paddock, and it'd be nice to see a lovely crowd of people there to cheer on the efforts of all the drivers that have been here today. So on behalf of the 500 Owners Association and Wiscombe Park, thank you all very much and goodbye.
Motorsport UK TV, the home of unmissable British motorsport video. Bringing you all the action from the British Championships. Taking you behind the scenes. Giving you top tips to succeed in every discipline. Showcasing the best equipment. And much, much more. Visit motorsportuk.tv today and make sure you never miss a moment.